I believe I'm live, but we do know what YouTube's like, so anything could be happening right now. But I see chat. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Paul.
You are live.
We have another Paul. Hello. We have Pete. Good evening, Pete. How the devil are you? Ooh, Paul. Kim, hello. Hello, Deb. CQ. Who else have we got? Trying to catch up on all of the chat.
I'm getting berated for having a hot chocolate.
Naughty boy. I've got tea, but there's a long story. Have to have the fan on. Oh, we turned the fan off and the dog disappeared. Yeah, she's disgusted with us. She's gone to bed early. Bless her. Pete, that's obscene. 12 hours and another 12 to go. Oh, no. And Jonathan has come over all tired. Looking good. That's all I'll say. Looking good. Right. Hello, Deb. Oh, I thought we got all the Debs in. Every one of them. Too late, Jonathan. I've seen it. Hello, Martha. A big fan. Good to meet you. Liking the avatar. Pretty cat. Lola likes cats, doesn't she? Well, she thinks she does. I don't know actually how close she's ever got.
Very close.
Jonathan needs chocolate. Have you got any, Jonathan? Oh no, Debbie's tired too. It's all right. It'll all be available on demand. Good morning, Deborah. We have a full complement of Debs. Excellent. Hot chocolate, you thought it was hot. It is, but it's gone down 3 degrees. It's now only 18, but it's still oppressively warm. This is Manchester. It should be raining heavily and should be freezing.
Do you remember Bad Girls?
Oh, I do. You love that.
Yeah.
It was like Prisoner Cell Block H, only more stupid.
What? There was like 2 or 3 Julies.
The Julies.
Yeah.
There was 2 of them.
When you say the Debs, it reminds me of that.
Hello, Fran. Good to have you with us.
Hello, Graham.
Graham's in. Hello, Graham. Now, after moaning itself silly for the last 4 minutes, YouTube saying excellent connection. Hello, I knew that at the beginning, YouTube. If we could just agree, we'd be getting somewhere. Do hope you're feeling better, Graham. We've all had our fingers crossed for you.
Aye.
Graham's picture's a little bare. Excellent. Right, let's see if you can see my desktop. That's always a good start. It's usually when the trouble starts, actually. Ooh, should be able to see my desktop. Fingers crossed you can. And then we can get to the beginning of the presentation. Excellent. Right, of course the chat's going to go. I'm going to lose the chat at that point. And why on earth have I got all my notifications coming in? Yeah, that's not good, is it? See, this is what happens when I don't go through that checklist. You know the checklist I'm supposed to go through? That one. Yeah. Time was of the essence, what can I say? But now it's reminded me, I'll go through and close all of the extra apps that I don't need running, like why have I got Safari running? Your guess is as good as mine. Then I complain about the machine. Right, I'll empty the trash while we're at it. Yes, excellent. Right, everything's good to go. Oh, Jonathan, Graham, rather, you pick your moments to be ill. Oh, no, not right now. This is why I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in and causing less problems for those people who need to go out. I don't need to go out, therefore I won't go out. Right, let's get this show on the road. Hopefully you'll be able to see the slides, and hopefully Mike will be telling me you'll be able to see the slides very soon. Very soon. Right, I have got a piece of paper in front of me for emergency notes. Let's get going. What have we got tonight? Loads. Right, first of all, the week at MacBites headquarters. Never dull here. Never a dull moment. This week, no exception. We've had new Ulysses. Now, I had to keep quiet about that. Where's Simon when you need him? I was on the beta. And I was sworn to secrecy. Not on, not fair. But now I can tell you all about it. Then we're looking at MarginNote. Let me know in the chat if you have ever heard of MarginNote or if you're using it. I need to know that. Then I've got a freebie for you, which is quite unusual but worth having. And then Mike is going to detail the query editor, having broken his data today. But I believe it's fixed now.
Yes, it's fixed.
But you know what happens? Goes well in rehearsals, Absolute calamity on the night. So we'll see how that goes. Then I'm going to be discussing going paperless, and I'm going to want lots of input from you guys. You can start right now if you like, in terms of what you think paperless is, where you would like to be paperless, maybe even why you want to be paperless, because there's lots of different reasons. And then the long-awaited start to the DEVONthink 3 series, of which I promised 5 parts, but I've squeezed 2 into tonight, so actually there'll be 6. We now have a part 0, but we'll talk about that later. Before we even get going, make sure that you've selected the best quality. We broadcast in 720p. You need to go to the cog in the bottom right-hand corner of the video and to make sure that you have selected 720p. Sometimes if you've been before, it will remember, other times it won't. Did that to Mike the other week. He was wondering why everything was fuzzy.
It's all right tonight.
And while you're down there, if you see anything you enjoy, give us a big thumbs up. It really helps. So, what have we been up to? Well, it all started on Saturday, didn't it, Mike? When we had a themed Brooklands music show. The theme, this was our first theme, wasn't it? Well, no, second, because we had Independence Day the week before. No, this was our first non-Independence Day theme, and it was transport. Oh, what a blast that was. We should have played the Magic Roundabout, you know. That's transport, as long as you only want to go around in circles. It was a fabulous night. But you know what else happens on a Saturday night? In the middle of the music show. Yes, we have our obligatory, it has now become obligatory, Tesco visit. This week, 30 minutes early. And I'm happy to report, I think I'm happy
No missing items.
Which meant...
And no substitutions.
Lettuce. We got the longer-awaited, lesser-spotted lettuce. In fact, got the whole healthy bundle thing. Of much more significance, they delivered Lola's sausages. This was Plan B we discussed last week, if you remember. They arrived with the lettuce. To be honest, they look more appetising than the lettuce. And somebody sampled them straight away and agreed. Spent the rest of the evening, the entire by request show, snoring gently next to me. Look at her little face. She's actually got her head on a freezer bag thing that we have. It's a bag that we keep our 2-litre bottles of water in the office to keep them cool. And she decided that was a jolly good idea and curled up next to it, which heated the water up no end. But she enjoyed it. And then we went on to Sunday. That's our new day of peace, isn't it? I'm liking it. I could get used to that. But I found this for Lola. In fact, I wanted one as well. We know how she loves her chicken. Yeah, she needs a mug. But she had a very exciting weekend, didn't she? Because she met a cat. Can honestly say she was keener than the cat was. Just look at the shape of the cat. She's probably still sulking because she failed to catch the cat. But in her defence, she was tethered to Mike at the time. So otherwise, she may have had it. Who knows? But she wanted to get friendly with it. The cat, not quite so keen. Which took us through to Monday. I'd been a very busy bunny, hadn't I? He's totally forgotten, haven't you? You've totally forgotten. Yeah. It was the 35-year anniversary of Live Aid. I know, I couldn't believe it either. I remember watching it. It was fabulous. If you'd have told that very, very, very young girl then that on any anniversary of Live Aid, she would have written, produced and presented a 3-hour show all about Live Aid, she wouldn't have believed you. But that's what I did. So we have a 3-hour show in the can for repeat. Going to be repeated this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Live Aid. The original performances. Had an absolute blast wading through all that lot. Some of the people that I thought were amazing, I'm listening now thinking, good grief. Sounds like a cat being castrated.
Can you see the chat?
No.
Johnny says, gosh, I've heard of Live Aid 4 years before my time.
This is because you're a millennial, Jonathan. It was the most amazing day ever.
Mind you, I guess that's like us saying I've heard of Woodstock.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's exactly what I thought as I was putting it together, thinking 35 years, sobbing into my beer. No, it was the most amazing day ever. But some of the bands and singers at the time that I was like, yeah, whatever. You know, I listen now and think, wow, they were stunning. But anyway, if you want to hear it, be on Brooklands over the weekend. Which took us through to Tuesday. Now, what was I doing on Tuesday? Having a swift... Oh, yes. You know we do our Brooklands 196 by Request show, which is our 5-hour music show on a Saturday night on brooklands196.com, which is our second radio station. Well, Tuesday night, Mike got invited to a presentation, didn't you?
I did.
It was a whole range of presentations being made to Catenian circles for things they'd done throughout the year. And guess what? We only won. We won the Louis West Award for Innovation. Best Innovation of the Catenian Year for Brooklands 196. So we are now an award-winning radio station. Can't say fairer than that, can you? Oh, excited much. We did. You actually received that live in your meeting while I was on air with Marooned, and he was texting me and saying, "Oh, OMG, we won," and I didn't want to. I wanted him to be there to share it with the Marooners, the Macarooners, and it luckily. How long was it? About 2 hours 20. He seemed to be in there for hours.
It was a long meeting.
It was, but in the end, he escaped and came through and shared it live with us. So Tuesday was a very good day. Wednesday, you were a bit exhausted, weren't you? Lola's taken to playing football. We bought a brand new football last year for a Catenian picnic. This is the ball now. We could do with a stronger ball, hadn't we? Somebody hasn't been looking after her toys, but she's having an absolute ball with it. So I think we need a new football for her because she's loving it.
I've been round the garden picking the bits up. In case she decides to eat them.
Yeah, she's just biting them and then throwing them.
She is.
Thursday would have been better if you'd have been here, but Mike had not only a Brooklands meeting, he was also trying to follow the match, which luckily went his way. So at least he was a happy bunny, because you weren't happy at the weekend, were you?
No.
No, it didn't end well at the weekend.
No.
But never mind, this one did. Which took us through to today, which is Two Show Friday. Not only is it Two Show Friday, but it is the longer-awaited, literally, longer-awaited DEVONthink 3 series. It starts today. It's the last piece of the show, obviously. Got to entice Jonathan to stay awake, but we'll see how that goes. If not, good morning, Jonathan, and he'll watch again in the morning. But we're starting with Ulysses. Let me know in the chat who uses Ulysses. Ulysses is a writing application. I've used it for quite some time, to be honest. To the point, I was on the beta, and I'd been on the beta for weeks, and I wanted to desperately share it with you, and I wasn't allowed to say a word. But the good news is it's actually finally been released, etc., and I can actually now finally talk about it. I am wondering why I can't see the chat on here. Let's try and get it so I can see the chat. I can now see the chat. It would be better if I could zoom it, but never mind. Okay, so let me know if you use Ulysses. If you do, what for? The new features are pretty much fall into these two categories. Two things. The revision mode that they've added and the dashboard that they have. No, is it a new feature? They basically morphed the sidebar into a fully fledged dashboard. There is good news and there is bad news about that, but I'll share that after I've demonstrated it. So let's go in and actually have a look at it. As you'll see, as that quickly flashed past, the beta was there as well, but I'm going into the full thing because I have actually used it. So what have we got here? Kim says you better buy more than one. Yeah, I think that was the football, wasn't it? Oh, yes. So Jonathan uses it, but not to its full potential. You need to see last week's video first for DEVONthink. Jonathan still can't spell Ulysses, but we'll work on that. Okay, Deborah uses it on and off. Really improved, looking forward to this update. There were rude words. There were. You used to own it, but now you've got it on setup. Same for me, I used to own it, now I just pay them every month. Okay, this is Ulysses. It's a writing environment, it works with plain text in Markdown. So the beauty of that is it doesn't matter whether you're in here or somewhere else. You can take that with you. It's portable. It's just text. So I can open it up in AI Writer or by Word. MWeb is another one that is just a Markdown editor. It has an integrated library. Oh, Neil, you need to get into Ulysses. The integrated library, by default, is stored on iCloud. I know that might put some people off. Fear not. You can actually put it elsewhere with the external folders at the bottom. But this was the one application that has always, and yes, I'm touching wood, been rock solid on iCloud. It was the one that restored my faith in iCloud actually synchronizing anything, ever. It does work very well. Drafts is another one that does work well. There are things that do not work well in iCloud, but I would have to say, because this one works so well, maybe the developers need to take a look at it if their application isn't working with iCloud. I don't know. Maybe it's what it's synchronizing with. It being plain text, it may be more forgiving with it. So Paul says, been using recently, starting to just write in text editors. I think a good few years ago, we probably all used word processors, even for notes. But times have changed, things have shifted over. I can actually make a mind map in MindNode and then export it in Markdown, and then it's in here. So I like the way that I can pass information from app to app to app. So another thing that I've done recently is I've been making notes in MarginNote. And when I've finished, I've then taken them out and I've put them into Notion. So Markdown is a format where you can create in one application and then take it to another to do something with it. You could take it from there back to the first one, or you could take it onto a third application. That's where the power comes. Now, the library structure that it has, you can see on the left-hand side. And mine starts with an inbox. It's got these two things that are actually demo pieces in the inbox. The rest of my stuff is all in that structure that you see there. I'm just thinking, looking at that structure, maybe it should be parroted, and it's not. Wonder how that escaped the parroting of my system. If you've never heard of Para, it's an organisation system which uses 4 base folders and everything else goes in them. Might need to have a look at that for this. But this has been here long term, looking like that, and so far it's actually working. But if we looked at something like MacBites in here, you can see that we have the content and work in progress. These are actually where the sheets live. So this here that says 7 top tips for Scrivener, that's a sheet. And this one is another sheet. Actually, they're 2 blog posts. You can have more than one sheet being one piece of work, or you can have one sheet being a single piece of work. The beauty of it is, by having the content in a folder, you can then create smart folders. Now hold on to this thought, because DEVONthink does exactly the same thing. So if you understand the concept of a smart folder in one application, you instantly will understand it in another. But the templates, show notes, after hours, marooned, the blog, the live, and the social media are not, they are tags, as you can see from the icons. They are not duplicate copies. They are filters that are looking at the content folder or the work in progress folder. So in the marooned tags here, if I click on that, there are all of the episodes of Marooned, and up to yesterday, 123, they're all published as well. And that's what it looks like before I publish it. So it's got the title, which is the H1, it's got some text, and then it's got a block of code which actually pulls in the data. So I actually publish all of my blog posts straight from Ulysses. There are other ways to do that, obviously. Mike used to sit there in the back end of WordPress, and naughty words were said if he lost his connection and it all went down. Isn't that right? He's looking very unimpressed now. But, you know, you could sit there and write it in the back end of WordPress. One of the issues I had was trying to find an application that made it easy to publish a blog post from iOS. Ulysses does that. From the Mac, from iOS, it is amazing. So all I would do to publish the next one is go find 124. I'd obviously need to know what we were calling the show. So if you have a think about that, Mike. There's the show, that's the number. And then all I would need to do is publish it from here. So that's what I use Ulysses for. And that's how it's organised. But the new features. So this is a blog post. It's got a heading 1 at the top, hence that little symbol there. It has a heading 2 here, which is the 7 top tips. And then within that, there's some level 3 headings that go through each of the tips themselves. There's also in here some images. The images are colour when they're selected. When you click away from them, they go black and white. You can also double click on it and start filling in meta about that. So it's a fully fledged text editor. What they've added is the sidebar has become the dashboard, and that is the area on the right hand side. So if you've looked at this before, there used to be 4 little icons. Now there are 6, so there were 4 icons in the middle. They've split it out into 6 and actually taken away one of the buttons at the top. So where we've got these 3 buttons, there used to be 4. And they've integrated the whole thing, which for working with your content is an improvement. I'll give it that. It is an improvement. So we start off with this tab. It lights up blue, whichever's selected. This one's the overview. So it's giving you an overview of whatever you have selected in the sheet list on the left, which is this blog post about Scrivener. And it gives you progress. So how many characters, how many words, and what the average reading time would be. And also over here, I mean, I just wrote that. It's as long as it's going to be, is how I work with it. You know, I don't particularly say I'm going to write 3,000 words or 1,000 words or 1,500 words. It's as long as it needs to be and no longer. But some people want to create targets, and to do that you can actually set goals in here as well, and deadlines. You can say how many words or how many sentences, paragraphs, pages, or aim for a reading time. Anything that you wanted to do that in there for the progress. And that is hidden behind that little add goal option at the top. Then underneath that, you've got keywords. Now, keywords are used within Ulysses to organise your content. So keywords for this piece could be Scrivener, writing, blog, tips, anything that makes sense to you in the way that you organise your content. So if we go back and we look at that MacBites example, and we choose one of the marooned posts, so let's say yesterday's, you can see that the keyword I have there is marooned at MacBites headquarters. And published, because that one is published. But that one, not published, so it doesn't have the published on. But the keyword does 2 things for me, personally. One, the keyword of marooned at MacBites headquarters. I know that that and anything else that is tagged with marooned at MacBites headquarters is a post that's been published to MacBites FM, and it is a show notes post for marooned at MacBites headquarters. How all of these are appearing under this tag is that that tag is not a group, it's a filter. And if I edit it, you can see I've said where the text contains. I've actually done it on that. That's ludicrous. Why did I do that? I have no idea. What you can do is say where the keywords match or the keywords don't match. So I don't know why I've done it that way. That's an interesting point. But that's what you can do. So these after hours ones here, if we do the same with that, so edit. That is done based on the keywords matching MacBites after hours, but I don't want to see the templates. So these are, remember, smart filters. All of my content is in that content folder. Now, before I went through and blitzed this thing, and trust me, I did go through and blitz this thing, I had all sorts. I had some that were folders, I had some smart tags, I had all sorts, and it was a mess. And I thought, why have you done that? Why don't we just have one content folder and actually access everything with tags? And that way I only need 2 different icons. So if we look at, say the MacBites one, we can in there go to edit, and over here it says icon, and you can actually have any icon you want. I'd done that as well. I'd thought, oh, emails, I'll have an email icon, and a blog, I'll have like a cog, or whatever I was going to have for that. You know, there's all of these things. And then I couldn't distinguish between real folders and smart folders. So I totally simplified it and just went for two. It's either a folder which has the content in it, or it is a smart folder, and if it's a smart folder, it uses the tag icon. And if you're wondering why some have got like a block of colour at the bottom, that was something Ulysses brought in to colour code stuff. It doesn't work well on MacBites for me. I have no idea why, it just doesn't. But on my content creation, it does. So I've got purple tags and orange tags ready to publish, all kinds of colours. Works great. Don't know why it doesn't work in MacBites. Haven't had the time to go in and fix it. But that's what we've got. So you can use the keywords to organise your own content in Ulysses. However, it also serves a secondary purpose which is absolutely critical as far as I'm concerned. And that is, any keywords are used as categories in WordPress when you publish it, which also means things go in the right place. So if I were to publish one of my MacBites marooned posts, marooned at MacBites headquarters is a category on the website. And that means I just publish and it decides where to put it. So I don't have to go in and reorganise it later. I've already got it all set up that says if something's published and it has a category, which Ulysses calls a keyword, of marooned at MacBites headquarters, put it there. And that way it automatically goes in the right place on the website. So dual purpose with the keywords. Then we have this outline, and the outline view used to be totally separate. The outline view wasn't in this, what was the sidebar and is now the dashboard, but now it is. So it shows you by heading. There's my heading 1, there's my heading 2, and you can see it actually jump as I click on it. There's heading 3, and as I click on these that are below, it actually navigates you to it. So it's a live navigation to your document. So if you're writing something longer, like this is quite long, this is 1,500 words, it's a really good way to navigate it. If you think about it, many applications, writing applications, now have this kind of behaviour. Word has an outline view. Now, Word's had an outline view for years. Do you ever use it?
No.
I did. And they started tinkering with it and it made it a little less useful. I've tried using it in Google Docs. I'd love to use it in Google Docs. But I export my stuff from Scrivener and the two don't talk to each other, not in the same language anyway. So a bit tricky. But this is just that. It's an outline of all of your content. That's an outline by heading. So it presupposes you are actually using markdown style headings to navigate with. But that's not the only way that you can navigate your documents. You now have the ability to navigate via media. And what that means is you can go through it by image and it will take you through each of the images in there. Looks like that one I haven't got any links in, which would seem to be silly. Let's have a look. Oh no, that's pretty similar as well. I don't know why I've done that. Which one can I show you that does have? I'll put one in. There we go. If I just wanted to go into here and put my blog in there, I might say, you know, visit my blog. And I want the word blog to be a link. So I do that to get a link. And that's my blog. And we'll put Elaine's blog. Right, you should have seen what's happened over on the right hand side. Now another section's appeared as if by magic. It wasn't there before because there were no links in that. That's shocking, isn't it? I obviously didn't need to reference anything. But when I do have links in there, so it might have some content in there that's got lots and lots of links in it, then a links category appears as well. And that, if I'm right at the top of the document and I think, oh, what was that link? Takes me straight to it. And from there, I could double click it to make sure that it's correct. I know what I can show you that would show you whether that is correct or not, which is in MacBites, After Hours, and where are we? This one tonight. This is tonight's. So in here I've got a link that says see the time in your time zone. That one. And I've got the MacBites crew, send us a mail, and I've got the contact form. And it's just a way to navigate between the links. Obviously, the longer the piece, the more value that has. But actually, it would be a great way for Mike, because he gets this job, to make sure that I've actually put the links in there. Wouldn't be the first time that the link isn't the right link. You can also navigate via the outline, because I've got headings in there as well. So let's go back to that one, because we've just put a link in it, which is there, and we've got this at the bottom. So search or go through your document with media. Or links. Now, if you don't want to see that, then you can fold it up. So as I'm hovering over it, you can see you get a little disclosure triangle and you can fold it all up. So if it's distracting, you know, you don't want the links, you don't want the media, but maybe you want to see the outline, you can control it in that kind of way. I'm wondering here, Mike, I've got 2 views on the chat, which is just as well, because one's moving and one isn't.
Oh.
So the one that I can actually read, that's big enough to read, isn't moving. The last one was Neil. Just after you said not yet, Pete. Everything else not appeared up there.
Oh.
Never mind. Is there anything critical?
No, Neil's talking about Zoom releasing a 27-inch video conferencing device for the home.
They must think that we're going to be in lockdown for the rest of our lives. I have no need for one of those, but never mind. So they've given you the option here with this to have a much better overview, and it's configurable. So these sections appear automatically as the content is added to your document, but down in the very lower right hand corner there are some preferences, and you can permanently hide those. Now when I say permanently, you know, permanently till you turn them back on again. We've seen links, we've seen media. Annotations aren't in there because I haven't got any. Bookmarks aren't in there, haven't got any. The outline's there though, the keywords are there, and the progress is there. So you could toggle these off. If I never want to see the media, it's getting in the way, just toggle it off. So the configurability they've added is pretty decent as far as it goes. Obviously there's going to be a big fat caveat at the end of all of this, which is somebody could be happier. That would be me. But I'll explain why. It's not catastrophic, it's just mildly annoying. But then I get mildly annoyed with software on a daily basis. So that's the first tab. The second one you've got on your new dashboard is more detailed. You've got characters, and then how many without spaces, words, sentences, you name it, you can drill down. You've also got in there that goal option again. You could put a goal in there and have that referenced at the top. And you've got your reading time down there. And again, you have goal options for that in terms of average reading time there. Jonathan says, I've just thought of something brilliant. Put After Hours on my Apple TV and watch sat on the sofa. Only take me 2 plushies. Oh, Jonathan. You mean you weren't doing that to start with? I'm liking this, Mike. There's far more option for him to nod off on the sofa.
This is true.
Okay, so that's that one. You also have a cog at the bottom of there. And again, you can turn these on or off, and you can configure how many characters a line or lines per page when you're trying to say how many pages or how many line characters you want, which is pretty cool. That is cool. Right, the next one is your outline. So it's just your outline and your links. Again, you've got a cog at the bottom. So you've got all of the options that you had on the first page. But again, you can configure them. So once we've added links and annotations, they will all come through here to that third tab. The fourth tab is notes that you've added, annotations that you've made through it. What I tend to put in the notes, so I'm showing you this one because this has got graphics in and it's got links in, but I am going to have to switch back to other ones that, you know, other sheets which have other things so I can show them to you. So if we go back to the marooned ones and we pick any one of them, we have in the notes here, it says in the driving seat. It also says in the driving seat there. This is the text that's seen on the page when I publish it, but in the notes, the first note that you add to your sheet, when you publish it to WordPress, becomes the post excerpt. And it's a good idea to have the post excerpt there. What that actually looks like, if you were looking at it, let's get that up there. Now, this is MacBites FM. These are the posts. There's yesterday's. In fact, it was a driving seat one, wasn't it? It was that one. There's the actual text. So that's published. There's that code block. That's what that looks like. But back in here, what you see here is the post excerpt. So the post excerpt and the text don't actually have to match. And sometimes they don't. So if we think about what we've got on MacBites, MacBites each show has a title, but there's also a bit of text. So if we go to shows and we just randomly pick a show, that one will do. You can see here is the excerpt, but as I go into it, there's a lot more text in this episode. So it's definitely coming from the excerpt, what you see on that index page. Okay, and it comes from the first note. So I can add more notes and that will be ignored when I publish it, but the first one is the excerpt. Right, next tab has images, attachments.
BK says hi.
Hello, BK.
Not AJ.
Not AJ, no, I've got it now, it's BK. I now know this. I will never make that mistake again. I would nearly say good evening, but it's good morning to you, isn't it? Good morning to you. So this one's attachments. Again, you can have as many attachments as you want, but the first attachment, which in this case is the image, in the case of After Hours, it's actually the poster, and it's different for each show. Now would not be a good time to find I've made a mistake. No, I've not made a mistake. Right, the first image, when you publish it to WordPress, becomes the post image. Right, I'm telling you this because it's all relevant when we come on to me moaning later about why these improvements could be better. And then the last option that you've got here is the spell check. Right, this now is moving into the second new feature, which is what we have in the spell check is also revision mode. Now, I'm going to just flick back to this one and just show you that in here I have some code blocks. So on my screen, I don't know what it looks like on yours, mine's a kind of aqua colour on a very dark green background. You can change that, it's the theme that you use, and you can change the theme that you have in that editor. I don't think I've changed it since forever, but let's go have a look at it. Dark theme. You could turn the dark theme off, and then you get that look. So this bit here is on a square bit in the background. Very pale green on my system, just behind the more. Right, I'm showing you that for a reason. Not just because I feel like it. Because when you go into revision mode, it dims all the colours out. So it's now black and white, including the images. Now, I don't edit it looking like that. I go for the dark view. You still have, so let's flick back so we can see it in green. If I go back to view and turn on the dark theme, it's still there and the images are still in colour. So there is a blue one, isn't there? Yeah. But when you go into review mode, they go black and white. So the idea is it dims out your notes and it dims out code so you can focus on the text. So don't think it's broken, that's deliberate. Then the first option you've got is to check the text for spelling mistakes. This also would not be a good time to find some spelling mistakes. But you click check the text and everything is fine. As far as it goes, in terms of that's using the internal spell checker to run a check on it. That doesn't help you in terms of it will pick up spelling mistakes, but it won't pick up if you've used the wrong word. So you may have put with when you meant which, or through and spelt it incorrectly. That's where the rest of it comes from, which is down here. So at the moment, it's just checking annotations and spellings, and that's the default behaviour. But in the advanced check, you've got the option for additional spelling. And if you look at that, it says capitalisation and commonly confused words and compounding. Then you have typography. Now, it doesn't tell you with typography, but that's actually quite handy if you've got 2 spaces in. 2 spaces, bane of my life. Church newsletter, Mike. 3 million spaces, seriously. Because a lot of the content is copied from people who still think you need to put 2 spaces at the end of a sentence. Please don't do that. You can change everything, but don't do that, because that way madness lies. That has now become an official guide, you know, the Oxford Style Guide. Don't do 2 spaces. Bad idea. Used to on a typewriter, no need on computers. The other thing is it's copied and pasted from an email, so it's got all kinds of weird characters in it, which tend to get conflated into spaces. So where there was some characters it doesn't understand, maybe there was 8 of them, it puts 8 spaces in, which doesn't make me that happy, because I can run a search and say replace 2 spaces with 1 space, but if there's 8 spaces, I have to run it 4 times. It's a nightmare. But it's Microsoft Publisher, so I'm lucky it actually works full stop. Typography in here will check for double spaces. Then you've got semantics, which is, I mean, these are all very high-level grammar things. I wouldn't know if I'd made these mistakes or not myself. You've got grammar and punctuation, and you've got style. So colloquial style, etc. And whether it's gender-neutral language. That's a good one, isn't it? I never, ever put she or he. I've been doing that since I was at university. We used to do exams, and when you were doing your exam, it would say person A, person B, person C, and it didn't differentiate. There was no way when you were writing it that you could say like, A, he shouldn't, no, we couldn't do that. So I've been writing gender neutral for years. Yeah, longer than is good for me. So what I'll do is I will turn all of these on and we'll see just how bad. Oh, look, it's going crazy. Right, so it does it automatically. Right, oh, now. Right, what's wrong with it? So I can see all the suggestions. I can see just spelling suggestions, so it doesn't like intact. Is intact one word? Is that my problem? I don't know why I put it like that. Never mind. You can see just the style, so it doesn't like it starting with while. Stuff I've got in that's redundant. I personally. Oh, it didn't like that. Previous point in time. The thing is, although these are just suggestions, so don't take it personally, that it is actually wrong. How can I take previous point in time out of there and that makes sense? Now, I'm working on the principle it's using generic references for this, and that is not a generic piece. That is not a chapter of a book. That's a technical article. And I need to say you could roll back an entire file to a previous point in time because that's what the feature does. I can't take that out. If I did, it wouldn't make as much sense. So I'm not taking it personally. I'm looking at it and thinking, no, I'm quite right. So let's have a look at grammar. As you work with your project, if you're anything like me, I have no problem with that. I would just ignore it. If it's not grammatically correct, guess what? I don't care. But you might if it was something more generic than mine, which is a technical piece, and I have to express it in a certain way. But you have all of these options. So in here, I've got all kinds of things. What have I done? Oh, I should probably have put a comma after admittedly, shouldn't I? And however, bad me. Bad me. I don't know how long I'm going to spend in there nitpicking, but your mileage may vary. That's the grammar thing that you have. Now, you'll notice it's turned off by default. Now, it's actually powered. You'll notice a little icon down here saying powered by language tool. And what they've done is they have hooked up with a German company. They are also a German company that make Ulysses. You don't have to pay for it, and it hasn't added anything to the subscription, but more on that in a moment as well. It's a system that they actually provide at cost, but it is included in Ulysses completely free, other than your subscription or your setup. Right, so that's the 2 of them. The first one is the fact that you have this sidebar, the dash is now a dashboard with more information on it. And it's configurable in terms of you can turn bits on and off from where you want. Right, I think that's it for actually looking in Ulysses. We'll go back in here. And I just wanted to point out the bit I wasn't happy with, which is that is what Ulysses used to look like. And that is what it looks like now. So first point is at the top, you've got 3 buttons, not 4. So the one that's missing, oh, hang on, there's 5. 3 instead of 5. You've got the dial thing, which is your stats. And obviously your stats are now in the dashboard. And is it attachments? Which is the other one? The attachments as well. So they are now in the dashboard. So when you look at that, you've got the 4 icons that I mentioned, and the one that's active at the moment is the first tab in version 19. So that is Ulysses 19. 20 looks like this. So you've got your 6 tabs, and what we're looking at there between that one and that one is it's the same, is it? I think it is. It's the same piece. So I'm going through them, and you can see that's the counter. So there's very few, even at slow reading speed, it's 17 seconds. Then you've got your outline. So there's one heading in it. Deborah's following along and Ulysses just crashed. It must be about to here. I'm not happy with it. Right. So that's your outline and your links. Then you've got the notes. Then you've got the attachments, and then you've got all of the grammar. Now, this is why I am not happy with it. They have created that clearly with writers in mind, who are writing fully fledged pieces, probably for books. I am publishing to WordPress with it regularly. This was what I had in version 19. Number 1, the keywords were the WordPress categories. Number 2 was the post excerpt. Number 3 was the post image. All in a neat and, most importantly, single view. Now, to get access to the same 3 items, so I just had it looking like that all the time. But to get access to the same 3 items, guess what hoops I have to jump through now? My keywords or categories are on the Overview tab. My excerpt is on the Notes Annotation tab. And my post image is on the Attachments tab. That is not an improvement to a blogging workflow, that's for sure. But what can you do? It's happening more and more, as we said last week, designed by engineers. Just like Keynote. I want to go back to where I had a single view. Will I get in touch with them? Yes, when I've got a minute and point out the error of their ways. How could they fix it without breaking what they've got? Give me 1 extra tab which is totally user configurable. Not tinkeringly configurable, you can turn things off. Fine, but I can't turn something on, can I? I can't turn on an image on that first tab. So a completely user-definable tab would solve the problem. I should suggest this to them. Right, let's get on to the next one. So, has anybody mentioned MarginNote, Mike? I asked at the beginning, had you used it? Were you using it? Did you know what it was? Do you care?
A couple of people said no.
Oh, we got some no's. Oh, no.
I think we might have had some yeses.
Did we have some yeses? Oh, let me know. Hello, Stephen. I see Stephen. I definitely need bigger text on that. Do you know you can't change the size of it on an iPad? That's poor form. Anyway.
Jonathan's not heard of MarginNote.
Jonathan?
And Deborah's heard of it, but used it, but doesn't have enough of a use case. But Deb does. CQ Deb. She's got it. Whether she uses it... I've got lots of software, Deb.
Oh, we know.
Yes. Do I use it?
No. But maybe at the end of this, you will have. Right. It's MarginNote 3 that we're looking at. There are versions of it for macOS.
Kim's got After Hours on her TV.
We're going global.
Yeah.
We're better than anything else on the TV. Can I just say that? That's got to be a given. The TV is that bad. Oh, Simon's heard... Oh, no, not heard of it. Not heard of it. You like to use it, guys. Right, well, maybe by the end of this I can persuade you. Or it's a weird one, and I think there's a couple of reasons why people wouldn't be particularly using it.
Elaine has 400 plus apps.
I do. I pared them down from 600, Neil. But this one I'm really using, honestly. Honestly. I'll show you some real stuff of mine in it, if you like. There are versions for macOS, iOS and iPadOS. And what it does, you can use annotations, excerpts, create mind maps and outlines, all in the same application. Jonathan's about to get incredibly giddy if he hasn't even heard about it. It's on Setup, which, given the price of it, is just as well. Now, whether you would get access to the iOS version, as well as the Mac version, because we know what Setup are like, making up the rules as they go along, but it is on Setup. So given that it's £46, Jonathan, your luck's in. Paul, you already have it. Right, as I've said, it does mind maps. Now, there are a million mind maps out there, aren't there? Mapping tools. MindNode, which is one of my favourites, but also iThoughts and XMind. There's Mind Manager, Simple Mind Pro. If you wanted something a little bit less structured, there's even Scapple, from the same people who make Scrivener. So we've got a million mind map apps. Why do we need another one? We've also got a million outlining apps. There's Outline, there is Omni Outliner, there is Cloud Outliner, Cloud Outliner Pro, you name it, there are outlining apps. But there are also a million PDF apps. Readers, annotators, you name it. So there's Goodreader, PDF Expert, there's Acrobat, GoodNotes, Notability, you name it. We've got all of these. Jonathan, £46. It's worth it. But you don't need to pay it. Now, my journey to MarginNote.
That's probably about 23 cups of coffee.
Yes, but it's not a subscription.
No.
It's not a subscription. My journey to MarginNote started with Liquid Text. We've talked about Liquid Text before. It is an app that I do love on an iPad. It enables you to highlight bits, and you can also drag and drop them onto a canvas. And you basically build up a sort of summary version of a PDF on a canvas where you can create links, etc. And I got so giddy. I got so giddy because there was a Mac version coming. It's been a long time coming, but I got giddy. They gave a preview and I got excited, and it was supposed to be coming out around the time of WWDC. In fact, the Windows version got out even before that. But you can see in this video, basically, you tap the summary or click the summary and you can navigate back to where that is in the document. And I was so excited. I had a need for this. I've been doing it on my iPad, but I don't really want on my iPad to have to go to my iPad to utilise the stuff. So unfortunately, I had the iPad version and I loved using it, but if I can't reference that material on my Mac, it was pretty useless. So the Windows version came out and they told us the day they released it, coming to the Mac in 3 weeks. I was giddy. And then that happened. It needed Catalina. I am not installing Catalina on this Mac just yet. I know, I'm 9-10 months behind. I don't care. At the moment, not broken. Therefore, not fixing it. So the fact that I would have needed Catalina for it kind of put a big blue bottle right in the middle of the ointment. And I was really disappointed. At which point, I thought, hang on, there's MarginNote. Now, MarginNote has always had a version for the Mac. And I must admit, I'd veered away from it because it's, I won't say impenetrable, it's not, but it's not easily understood in terms of how it works and what it can do and why you would take the time to use it. Now, the reason for that is there aren't many videos about it on YouTube. There's a handful from a channel particularly called Paperless X, which used to be Paperless Student. There's lots of stuff from her about using it for students and stuff. But it's actually like watching her make student notes, which didn't help me in the slightest. I looked around for other videos and there really was nothing. There is a whole range of help videos from the developer. I thought I've cracked it here. But no, I hadn't. And the reason that I hadn't was they are all silent. It's like the silent movies with the piano. They're silent because the developer doesn't speak English. And they're from the developer. So I found those. You would not believe how distracting it is to try and learn something from a silent video. I'd much rather have somebody's trying to voice it, no matter how bad their audio is. It just kind of guides you through that they're telling you what they're doing. So that's why I think it doesn't seem to get the exposure that Liquid Text does. Because their customer-facing stuff, all of the promotion stuff, is there and it's in your face. Problem with it? I need Catalina and I haven't got Catalina. So I went in and I sorted it out and I got MarginNote. So let's get MarginNote up. All right, I've actually got a file open there. So I'm just going to take it back a bit and go into here. Right, this is what you get when you go into it. And the first thing you will see is documents. So in here I have various documents that I've added. Some of them are test documents. Some of them are genuine documents that I have actually been working with. But this is your document library. And this is where it first of all gets confusing because you've got buttons down the side and you've got views across the top. There's all sorts going on. Right, you start this process by bringing in materials. It can be PDF, it can be text files, it can be EPUBs, but you start off by bringing in here materials. And so you can see I've got a couple of take control books, I've got articles in there, I've got all sorts in there that I've been working with. Particularly the Ulysses stuff, because as I said, I think this was in Marooned actually, you get kind of like a tram on a track. You've used an application, so let's say what we're looking at later, which is DEVONthink. Do I need to read a book to be able to talk about DEVONthink? No, I don't. But I've been using it for 14 years and I use it the way I use it. If you were to say to me, how many different ways are there to get content into DEVONthink? A fair few. And how many do you use? 3. But I need to be able to talk to you about the other ones because you might use 3, but you might not use the same 3 that I use. So that's why I have materials in here. So the Ulysses articles were particularly relevant because I use Ulysses, I would say 99% publishing to a website. And some of these features are not to do with publishing to a website. So I thought I'll get the reviews and I'll go through it and make sure that I've covered everything. So I had for a start 3 things in here. So there's that one, which is a Mac Story. That is a Mac Stories blog post about it. So you can actually read the document in there. I also had the blog post from Sweet Setup and another one from Ulysses themselves. So I've got this one here. Let's draw around them. So that's the first one. That's the second one. And that is the third one. And they were all to do with Ulysses. Am I missing anything on the chat here? Or are you
Kim's talking about buying setup.
That'll set everybody off.
But Neil's made the point about only one seat.
One seat's not a problem if you've only got one Mac, but
yeah,
other
like
than
me.
that, it's very, very annoying. And it's basically doubling the price. But we noticed that had changed a good few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it's only just kicking off now. Apart from the fact that when people are setting up a new Mac, it won't let them activate.
That's what the chat was in that
Yes, I checked all
Facebook
of that.
group.
Yep,
that
and
Neil
it kicked off.
Found where it kicked off.
Right, so I've added into my library 3 items, all to do with Ulysses. Now, as I've said, there are a million applications that will let you annotate stuff. And you can see when I actually go into the blog post, it's got some annotations on it. There you go. I have annotated certain bits to make sure that I don't forget all about it. right? And you can work in this mode if you want, where you open up one document and you highlight stuff. If that was all this did, it wouldn't be worth it. But that is not all that this does. This is just your document library. Other thing to think about is you can actually put in here other stuff. I've mentioned PDFs, I've mentioned text, and I've mentioned EPUBs, but it doesn't stop there. So in my demo here, I have my own blog post, which is 7 tips for a scrivener. So I exported it from Ulysses and it's now a PDF and it's living in there. So let's go back there. That should now be added to the library. Where are you? There we go. At the beginning, 7 top tips for scrivener. I also have in here something that I might want to work with, which is my Catalina boot disk video. Because probably within 3 months, I'll be making a Biggles. And I'll probably call it Biggles in the video. The Biggles boot disk video. So I can add a video in here as well. So it's what you can then do with that content. It's having a think. Why is it having a think? Oh, it's probably uploading it. It's supposed to sync with iCloud. Don't get me going on that. But there's my video. And actually that will have synced with iCloud. So everything that's in should be in iCloud as well. So if we look for MarginNote, your entire library, there we go. That's one that I've added and that's one I've added. Will be in the MarginNote iCloud folder.
Neil wants to know, where does it store all the extra metadata for the file?
We'll get onto that any second now. It can be stored in the document, but when I show the next bit, you'll get an idea for where it is. Now, why are you doing that? Go away. Okay, so that's adding information. As I said, there are some user guide videos, so I can go in there. Go on, in you go. And you can see introductions and documenting and searching and all kinds of stuff. But like I said, they are silent and I find them difficult to follow. So this is my content. Now, like I say, if you are just highlighting or you're just working with a single thing, do we have a sound problem?
Doesn't sound it to me.
No, don't think so.
Could have been a blip.
If you're working with an individual file, then you could highlight in it. And I have worked that way in PDF Expert. But I tried this. I remember what the first thing I tried was. Blew me away in terms of what it could do. It was probably when it was uploading to iCloud, that video went up to iCloud, and you know what it's like. I'll try not to do that. The power of this is in how you interact with the highlights that you make in these documents. So you have what's called a study mode. This document mode is your library. But when you move into study mode, you have a totally different view. You can no longer see the actual documents themselves. What you're looking at is a whole new type of document, massive air quotes. This is a MarginNote file. So the first thing I did a few weeks back when I was working with it was I had an article about copy and paste. There were some notes that I had, there was a few articles that I'd read, and I was trying to get to a point where I had like an overview, a running order of what I wanted to do. So I went into here, here's the article. So this was all the article. But what actually happened over here, let's do a zoom to fit, that's what I ended up with. In here, as I clicked on these, let's go to that, it takes me to the right place over there. And actually takes me through the document. That's showing me the link that I've got at the bottom, and I could, now this is very short, but I could actually go through the entire document. That's just one document. But where it came into its own completely was I was working through 3 Ulysses articles. And I wanted to cross-reference between them, and I wanted to make sure I'd covered everything, even if it was a feature that I don't personally use. And I had, if you remember, 3 articles. This was my Ulysses 20 work. And what we're looking at, let's do another zoom to fit. so you can see it all. 3 articles. So on the right hand side of this screen, I have the 3 articles. You can see from the printout, they actually came from Notion, which is where I keep them. And this was a review of it, and I wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed anything. So you can see I didn't actually highlight much in there. It was a pretty short review, and the rest of it was just promoting stuff. But there was another one, which was, which one was this? Oh, this was the Mac Stories one. So this had quite a bit in it, some of which, you know, like I say, features I don't use. And I went through and I highlighted. And as I did that, there is that bit. But then I was actually interested in that bit, capitalisation, and that bit. And the 2 are totally synchronised. All I had to do was highlight them and they get added to the mind map over here. And I can navigate through using that. Then there was the 3rd article, which was Ulysses' own blog post announcing the new features, which again, I looked at the navigation. What did they want to do with it? I've got a before and after bit, so I can actually instantly go to it. And there was all my notes in there. And they are neatly wrapped up in 3 blocks on the left-hand side. This one was my first document, this was my second, and this was my third. And it just made working through them, I knew I'd extracted everything that I needed. And I don't know about you, but when I'm making notes on a PDF, they exist within the PDF. And they're not summarised at the top of it. They are just highlights. And that I'm highlighting exactly where they work. So if I want to go back and work through the annotations that I've made, I've got to get the article out and go through the entire thing. Yes, I can skip bits that aren't highlighted, but that's only one PDF file. Then I needed to go on and get the next PDF. I'll do the same again. But what I've managed to do in MarginNote is take 3 articles, all of which I can just use the tab to flick between, but I've got a visual overview of what I considered the highlights to be. And I've actually taken it a little bit further. If we work into this one, this is the Mac Stories review. I had a little note up there which is green. It says it's been a subscription app for 3 years. I thought, that's handy, you know, which year did it go subscription? I start off with the dashboard because that was one new feature. And the second new feature was the revision mode. So I've actually got here, let me show you that. That was my notes. The second bit was the dashboard. And the third bit was revision mode. And it took me less than 5 minutes to get that. When I then go from prepping to, well, the input of prepping, that's my input stage. I'm taking information in during the week, ready for Friday night, or making a course or anything else. The process is the same. Instead of going back to those documents and thinking, oh, I know it's in there, but where did I highlight? I can't remember which document it was in. I've got it there succinct as it could be. There are 3 things to think about. One is the green bit. That was something I thought was interesting, so it was green. It was totally unrelated to what the article was about. It was just a useful piece of information for me. Then there was the dashboard, which was feature number 1, and revision mode, which was feature number 2. I don't need to look at the document again. But if I'm thinking, hang on, capitalisation, what was that about? I just need to click it. It takes me through and it gives me the context where I made that note from. Right, I had some questions.
There's a couple of questions in the chat.
Was that an export from Notion? Yes, it was. What was the file type? It was a PDF. All I did in Notion was actually go to that capture. So I was in a browser, I had that review up, I clipped it to Notion, and then from Notion, I printed it out to PDF. I could just as easily have made it a PDF straight from the browser. But I didn't because I wanted it actually in Notion. I'll explain why. I will make a note to make sure that I don't miss that, because there was a reason that I did it that way. Right, I've got it on a post-it note, so I'm not going to forget. It's there. Okay. What was the other question? Can you highlight bits of a PDF that's a graphic if you've got an image from a designer to provide feedback on. I did do a graphic, that one there. So that there I drew round. So you see it's got a yellow box around it. Just inside that area I drew round it and then I added it over here. So I put the text of before and after. That before and after, there is a link to the actual text in the document, and then I put this down here. No, I didn't. I highlighted it from there. So I basically didn't have to write much of that, but yes, you can. No, it doesn't have to be text. You can draw around it. You have tools up here. So when you're making your annotations, which I'll show you in a second, but you can choose to select or draw a rectangle. This one is the text excerpt. Then you can draw around it with a square. You can draw around it with any kind of shape you like. And you've also got options here to just annotate rather than excerpt. So I'll show you that when we actually do it. It is virtually identical on an iPad. The issue I had was trying to get the two to talk to each other. I did, but I'll show you the biggest thing that I did. And I've got a problem with the biggest file that I did. It could be that there's just too much in it. I don't know. But it was certainly an eye-opener for me with it anyway. So that's what I did with that. And that enabled me to summarise those 3 articles in one container. And the overview, as far as I'm concerned, is the mind map on the left. But it gets even better than that. So let's take this longer one, which was the Ulysses one. That's Ulysses blog post. So here you can then turn on an outline of the mind map. Mind blown. Seriously, mind blown. You can fold this up. As you do, you can see it folding up the mind map behind it. So there were 3 areas in there, and then you can also unfurl them. So that's just if you want to navigate it, and you can interact with it in there if you wanted to. It's not just for show. If you actually wanted to go in there, there you go. So you can go in and do all of this stuff with it, whatever you need to do. So that's a nice outline view. Now, I think what I then did, and you can search through here. So where it says search notes, if I wanted to search for annotation, it will show me all the instances of annotation in my document. You can also choose to search just the title. So this outline one here, which says and annotations, and then footnoted and annotations, if you made it search the title only, that would disappear. So the search is actually pretty decent. Pretty decent. Now, what I wanted to do, I do believe, so let's toggle that off, was this one. I wanted to export what I'd got. And I could choose to export it as an outliner, as a mind manager thing, as Evernote or Word, or export to DEVONthink. Oh, how handy. Integrates with DEVONthink, and we're looking at that later. I think how I did it, I took it out to Omni Outliner. Did I? I'm sure I did. I don't have it up there, so I must have done. So export to Omni Outliner. No, I don't want to send the colour. That's sent on the iPad, fair enough, but it still sent it mental. Right, so let's export that to there. And did I did put that on the desktop, didn't I? Tell me I put that on the desktop. There it is, there's Omni Outliner. So open that up as an outline file, hopefully. Fingers crossed, thinking it through. There we go. So it's got everything in there. It's even got, oh dear, you have to wait till later. Not often that you see me not having updated an app. Right, it has in it 3 main sections, 1 for each document. And then within it, it's got everything that I put in there, including all of the graphics, the whole works. What I then did from there was I exported that as Markdown from here and then copied and pasted it into Notion. So I started with a PDF in Notion, but I could take back as Markdown in a structure what I designed in MarginNote. But we've not actually started from scratch. So let me show you starting from scratch. That's one that we finished with. The humongous one was the going paperless, if you want to see that. Oh, it was big. It was really big. In fact, it looks like I've closed up some of these because it was much bigger than that. There were hundreds and hundreds in there. There were 300 things that I'd made note of in there that I'd worked through the entire book. Let's have a look. Yes, 300. Right, so what you do is, it's not a new document in your library. It's a new MarginNote wrapper. So create new. And the one I'm going to do was Scrivener. So we'll have Scrivener tips. It was my 7 tips article. So Scrivener tips. And what it does is create you an empty wrapper. And then in here, it lists things in your library. So I'm going to search for it, even though I can see it right in front of my face. But if we look for Scrivener, oh, if I could spell, I'd be dangerous. Scrivener, right. Then it filters your library down for that word. And you can add it, and when you do, it will become an associated document. A document associated with this MarginNote wrapper, like that. Now, I only want the one, but if I wanted more, it would be very simple. So let's say I wanted to add like this, something smallish. There you go, that one from Mac Stories. Then I can add that as well. And what happens is each associated document is displayed within the canvas, initially with just its title. But you get to change that. You get to add to that as you go. One thing to remember is if you're creating this and you think, yeah, I want to do this, and you start adding documents to it, you do have to have one document that's the core document. If you look at this, associated documents, you can take away the Ulysses one, but there is no remove the Scrivener one. It has to have an associated document with it. So we've done that. Your associated documents appear in this window on the right. And you can move it out of the way. You can make it bigger. You can take it all the way across if you want. So if you'll just highlight, highlight, highlight. But I pretty much use it sort of 50-50. However many documents you added, you will see them all in tabs in here. So these are the documents. You will notice from that all of my previous highlights are not in here, because they live inside the other MarginNote file, not the source material. Which means I might be marking this up for a totally different purpose now. So, 2 documents. But like I say, you could have many, many documents. If you do, then you can manage them from here. So you can add more and take them away. And you've got the option here to have a minimum tab width. So you can take the tab down and increase the tab. And you can have a tick next to whichever one you're doing. Now, at the moment, it says 1 view. But what if you wanted to view 2 PDFs or whatever file types, 2 sources at the same time? Then you can go and have a dual view. So in the bottom half of this window, at the moment, I've got exactly the same in the top and bottom. That actually has a use, you know, because you might want to see 2 different places within the same document, and you can do that. But you can also, in one of these, change to the other document and see 2 documents at the same time. Kim, I was ahead of you. If I'd have had this in law school, oh, I would have been so happy. It is brilliant. I mean, it's one of those things, you know, like you didn't know it was missing. You didn't know it was missing from your life until I tried it and thought, this is way faster. It enabled me to go through my old blog posts, old videos, etc., and quickly get like an outline. Basically, I was creating an outline from my old content, which the old content didn't have an outline. I didn't create it that way. I kind of just sat down and did it. So it enabled me to go back and like remap my own content. It's stunning. It's stunning. But that, you know, one view, 2 view, 3 views, you can do that if you want. But I'm going to go for 1 view. Let's keep it simple. Just proving the point that you can if you want. Right. I have 7 top tips for Scrivener. So let's say, now don't start. There we go. Right. Let's say I want to make a note here of part of this. So say that bit there. I just want that as a note. So I'm going to add it as a green bit there. So what is Scrivener? In fact, I can actually put that. So I can start giving random highlights meaning. So what is Scrivener? And then go back over here. Okay, so there are 7 top tips for Scrivener, apparently. Now you can see what's happening. I'm trying to grab the text, but I can actually draw around with a rectangle as well. But I want 7 top tips for Scrivener adding over here. Then I want the individual tips, and I might want to add more context to them as I go. But at the moment, I'll stretch that out. And this time I'm dragging and dropping. And I'm going to start working through it. And I do this when I'm working through materials. I will take the structure first, and then I'll go back and fill in any blanks, and then my notes, my mind map notes, will match the source document. Now, some people might choose not to work that way. The other way to work is where you build up your own structure by adding elements over here, and then add notes that support your argument to it. Just depends on how you want to work, but it will work whichever way you want to work. So 4 was the colours, so let's add that in. Again, I'm not going through any detail with this at the moment. I am literally just building this up as an outline for me to work through and fill out with the bits that I think are important later. So let's get the last one, which was the 7th. Did I put an 8th in? No, I did a wrap up then. Right, so I've got a structure of that. Now, let's say what I'm interested in is like, you know, well, how do we use the colours? When I click on the item in the mind map, it takes me straight over here. So we're talking about the label feature, where you can have that. So I talk about the label feature. What else do I talk about in here? Was it just labels I talk about? It's my own stuff and I can't remember it. Right, so basically you have a range of places that you can use colours. So here I've got colours are your friend. So that's just some text. So I'm going to add that, but it adds it unconnected when I add it. Okay. That's fine, because it should actually be connected to that. So if I do the select thing down here, I've selected the first one, I've selected the second one, and basically they're to do with the same thing as far as I'm concerned, so I can merge them. That does take that out a bit, so I have to add that back in and then move it up to number 4. But it's now got 2 links in one block. The first one takes me to colours, and that takes me to the second one and highlights it. And then I've got a whole list down here of places where colour is used. And I'm going to go and add each one of those by selecting the text. And I don't want the space at the beginning. Go on, take me in. Yeah, there we go. And add that. And then again, I can go back and fill that out at a later date. Now, when I was writing this, I have no idea. I can't remember. I have no recollection of how I actually put this together. But what I'd actually be looking at... Oh, there's one thing I can show you here as well. You'll see it says binder as dot, not dots. If I come over here to pick up that S, it will update the mind map part as I go. It's so cool. So if I was prepping it and I had some kind of random notes, it would be a good idea to actually outline it in here. So let's grab that last one, which is the last place that colours can be used, and add that over there. And then I could go deep diving if I wanted. I could use this as an outline. So let's say that I'm going to make 7 different videos for YouTube, one for each element of this. What I can then do is think, right, binder as dots. I can add extra information there for how I might want to show that. So let's say the outline feature here, using colour in an outline. I'm going to go off select mode, so I'm going to go into here. And this allows me to add this bit, which is to add more text underneath it. So show the MacBites mail file as an example. And I'm actually building up as I go the notes for that. That won't link me anywhere, obviously, but the outline part will. That will take me back over here. So I could actually use my own article, which was written just as a blog post, and flesh it out into a series of 7 videos for YouTube based on that, which I probably wouldn't have bothered with. I'd have just said, yeah, it was a blog post, just leave it alone. I would have thought it would have taken me too long to unbake the cake and take it back to an outline and to create some structure with it and to make that 7 video series. Now I'm basically trying to talk myself into a 7 video series, aren't I, Mike? People are going to expect it now. But that's what you can do with it. And that's keeping it fairly simple. That is fairly straightforward. Now, Jonathan wanted to know about the graphics. So if I wanted to draw around that, I can actually take it like that. And you can choose to OCR it if you want it. You can also add it. So let's say we add that over there. It adds it as independent, but that's actually to do with using the colour in. So I've actually put here, this is about colours. And I said, colours are your friend, Scrivener has them in abundance. And that is where you control them all. So what I would do there is go into select mode, select the first one. So I'm selecting that, shift clicking the second one and merging the 2. When you merge them, you'll notice it takes it out, which is not helpful. It takes it out of the order, but I can add it back in and move it between 3 and 5. And now I've got 3 pieces in here that are not from the same place. So I've got the title at the top, which is then highlighted. I've got the block underneath. Coming off that, I've then got those 5 bullet points, but then I've actually got the graphic and that's in there. And you'll notice it looks very fuzzy on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side, it's as sharp as a pin. So it's just a display thing with that. And that's how I would reverse engineer stuff, which is what I've actually been doing with it. Oh, you like the OCR feature? It's very good. Good morning, Peter. How's Perth doing? Now this bit you'll see is the second document, and when I click on that, it actually takes me to the second document. And I can come out of select mode and drag that out of the way. And then I can start building up that one. Obviously, the Ulysses thing, not relevant when I'm talking about Scrivener. But that's how I could actually reverse engineer my own content. Now, I talked about Biggles. That's Big Sur, if you've not been following along. Let's say I'm going to need to make a boot disk video. So I'm going to make a new mind map notebook for study, as it's called. So it's a study thing, but it's a MarginNote file as far as I'm concerned. And let's call it what it is going to be, which is a Biggles boot disk. I will persuade Craig, he should have called it Biggles. Now, associated documents. Well, let's do a search for Catalina, because I haven't got Biggles yet. But if I put in Catalina, handily, there is my Catalina boot disk video. My boot disk video. So I'm going to add that. So it says it's been added. And now I'm going to make notes from my video. Now, obviously, I can't hear the video, but we'll pretend I can. So what I'm going to do here is give myself a little bit more room. You have a fully fledged video player within it. So I would start it playing, which is up here. Oh, great.
Luckily, I've got the page open on my iPad.
This is not good news, she said with an increasingly high-pitched voice, as she's frantically thinking, what's in there that I haven't actually taken out? Oh, well, never mind. I'm not doing anything, so if it's going, it's not me. Let's have a look at my... No, all my stats are absolutely fine. Not freaking the machine out at all. So I don't know what the problem there is. But just in case, I'll close even more stuff. It's looking like a YouTube moment.
There's a number of things down. It's not just Notion.
It'll be an S3 thing or something. No, I don't think I can actually close anything else. Oh, I can close that. Right, let's close that. See if that makes any difference. I reckon it's YouTube. I don't think it's us. I've got to be careful I don't close something down I'm actually using.
Yeah, it's back now.
Right, okay.
Notion isn't now.
When Notion's down, Notion's down. But basically what you can do is clip part of a video. So when you go back to it, it takes you back to that part in the video and it actually starts playing it. And of course, you can then add bits to it. So that bit is automatically deleted once installed. So you can actually annotate your video. No, if everybody's got it, it's got to be a YouTube thing. So there you go. Doesn't matter if it's video, doesn't matter if it's text, doesn't matter if it's an EPUB. In fact, EPUBs work incredibly well. I just thought that was pretty amazing as far as I was concerned. What it enabled me to do was, I like a structure when I'm reading something. I like to know, you know, like, where's it going? How many chapters? Does this chapter... You know, I don't want to be looking at a chapter that's an overview and then making copious notes to find out later there's another chapter totally dedicated to it. But probably 9 times out of 10, I want to keep my notes in the structure of the article. But then I might want to take that article into another MarginNote mind map and do it in a different way. And I can do that as well. Even when it was a pretty short article, the only notes that I had for the copy and pasting thing were taken from my old notes and like an article, and I'd just done a cross-reference between them, make sure I'd covered all the different ways, even the ways I don't use, which was why I was checking in the first place, and I've got a running order. I'm now actually glad that I hadn't done the Catalina thing, because that's not really what liquid text does. Liquid text enables you to fold up documents and extract bits of them and glue them together, but not automatically in a mind map style like that does. And that was exactly what made sense to me. So doing it on text documents was fabulous, but being able to do it on videos as well, unbelievable. So that's the one that we've just done, mini mind map, but I've mind mapped the entire article. So that is what I would probably use as a starting point if I wanted to turn that into a video series, which I could then do. So I might not have any more information in here about the scratchpad. Actually, there's a graphic, so I could take that in. But what I'd start doing then is I would be adding extra bits to it. So if I wanted to flesh that out, I would use these buttons at the bottom. So this one here is going to give me a child node. So first off, it would be, what is the scratchpad? Probably the second bit I'd be doing is how to access it. How to access the scratchpad. In a video, I would be doing that, but obviously in an article, I'm not. It's just, you activate it this way, that's it, it's done. This is what it's used for. In a video, you'd go into it in more detail. So I'd start to flesh it out. And you can, in here, if this is like, that's an overview, so that needs to be, that's just me talking. So that can be blue. But this one is a demonstration. Then I can colour code them as well. So if my demonstrations are red, then I can colour code as I go. And as I add text to this, so shortcut key and menu option. When I've finished in there and click out, that then starts to look like these ones, even though it didn't start life like that. It was just one that was added. It didn't come from my document. I've typed the title, I've typed the text, but I've colour coded it and you now can't tell it from the rest. So I've taken an outline of that article and now I'm expanding and expanding and expanding to actually create more content from it. It is pretty amazing. Oh, Pete's gone. Night, Pete. And then, of course, as I'm doing that, my mind map is growing and growing. For what I do, I think that's pretty fantastic. What you do, I don't know. But it's certainly faster, as far as I'm concerned, to use the map view or the outline view. So put that on, 7 top tips, the outline view, rather than wade through the entire article again. And me making excerpts from that document, rather than just creating highlights, but actually getting the excerpts and getting them into that mind map, has built the outline. Now, sometimes I'll mind map stuff, sometimes I'll create an outline, but you know, the outline file and the original article, not in one file. The mind map and the original article, not in one file. In here, everything's together. And I can export it and then copy and paste it and stick it into Notion as like this was what I did. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. So I was glad I hadn't done the Catalina thing. So hopefully that will make that clear as to what it does. Now, if you're studying, so it is pretty much used by, I'd say 80% students. But what you can do here, let's say like, you know, what is Scrivener? And you wanted that. When you've clicked on it, you've got options up here. You can edit, colour code it, you can add tags to it, you can cut, copy, paste, etc. But you've also got the option, so let me try and find it. Didn't show you this. Research. You can actually click on it and it will actually, now it goes to search for some reason. I have absolutely no idea why it does that. If I click on that bit there and try and research, I think it's something in the preferences. But you've got this built-in integrated thing as well. Just go away, go away. Let's go up there and put in Scrivener. No, not HTTP Scrivener. Just do a search for, oh, good grief. Literature and latte.com. Dot, not comma. It's pitch black in here. Jonathan's still awake. There you go. So you can research at the same time without going out to a browser and ending up at Facebook. Although there's nothing to stop you going to Facebook in here, I guess. But you get the idea. You can do that if you want. And you can make a PDF of that. So let's say in here I find something in the help system. So let's say about Scapple. Oh, that looks cool. So I need to think about Scapple. I've got that page. And from there, I can actually then... Why has it gone to PDF? No, it's looking for a PDF. That's right. But just built-in research, basically. But what I'm actually looking for here... could be that one. Yeah, I can actually choose some of this that I'm not very familiar with and create a review. So what it's going to create is a deck of cards for you to revise by, or, you know, make sure that you're up to speed with it. Obviously, it makes more sense for students. I've just looked at this and thought, if I had this while I was at school. I want to go back 35 years, Mike, to that girl watching Live Aid. I want to go back, but I'll say yes. So what you've got here is a new card deck. So I'm going to add it to a new card deck. Add to that one there. Give it a name. This one was Scrivener. And it's generating cards. It's added 7 cards to the card deck. When I go back to this level, which is my library and my mind map view, I've also got this review view. And in here, I've got my Scrivener ones. You can see I've tested this with MarginNote 3 cards. But in here, I've actually got cards. And I've got the front, which shows me this, and I've got the back content. And I can then view it, so I can click play, and now I'm in review mode. and I need to think, right, colours, what did I talk about colours? You can flip it round and you can see it. You can then, using the bottom bit, say, okay, that was hard, I need to review it in 2 hours. Or I'm okay with that, so review it in 1 day. Or that was really easy and don't show it me for 2 days. In addition to that, not just card view, but you've also got a mind map view, and you can see that card in context with the rest of your mind map. Or you can look at it in the document and maybe get some more information. This is stunning. I want to go back to school now, just because I can. I should tell them about that maths paper I did the other day, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
No, that just makes me look sad. I was watching a YouTube video and it was a studying thing, and this girl was doing a maths paper and you could see this maths paper. So I stopped the video, I turned my head upside down and I'm trying to read the questions. I'm sat here doing this maths paper, and I actually said to Mike when he came in, maths must be much... She was at university, this girl, so it was a university level paper. I only took it to O level. And I said to Mike, maths must have become a whole lot easier, or I've become a genius in the last 30 years, because I got all these questions right. It wasn't that good when I was 18. Oh, so sad, but never mind. Just proves the point that the toys we have available today got to make studying easier, hasn't it? Who would have loved to have had this at school? Oh, I'd have had such fun. Absolutely loving it. So let's say with that one, I'm good with that. Just show it me in 1 day. Then you can put the colour on an index card as a stripe. Not too sure about that. What was all that about? Check it out and then say, actually, that was difficult, so I'll review that in 2 days, and then you keep moving on. So I don't think I'd use that often, because I'm not really in a position that I need to do an exam or test myself in that way. But I was severely tempted just to take an exam to try it. I know, I'm very sad, very, very sad. You'll notice the fact that this guy's English, not first language. Close doesn't have a Z in it. But there you go. So you can... So that's MarginNote. You start with your library, you go into studying, which gives you an outline and a mind map and an annotated PDF. And you can go into review mode if you are doing this with a view to a test, where you can review your knowledge with it. Kim says, you know I'd love this at school. Tons of papers you looked around and all the chalkboards. I absolutely would have adored this. I really would. I have seen some videos from people who are very much millennials and they are studying today. When you see the work that they are able to produce without the level of effort it would have taken us in our day. You know, if you'd have wanted a mind map that big, you'd have had to have put it on the wall. You just couldn't. There's just no way that would have happened. You do understand why grades are going up. Because I was looking back and I actually said to Mike, I can't actually remember. I remember revising, but revising from what? And the only thing I had to revise from, really, were the notes that I took in lectures. I did have textbooks, but they were massive. They were absolutely massive. There was no way you were going to wade through that textbook to revise. And I also had like single sheet summaries, but that was about all I had. And I just think, whoa, what I could have done with this. Just imagine, Jonathan, if you're still there, deck of cards with all of the important cases on. Name on the front, detail on the back. You've got to remember what the case is. Oh, would have loved it. Yes, just think. Triple first or something like that it would have been. Right. Peter's going to have to... software categories. This looks interesting. It is a difficult one to categorise, I will say that. Categorising it, a bit tricky. It's sort of a bit of everything. And it is very much, if you try and search for it and look for tutorials, they're all for students. And you might think, no, that isn't going to work. But if it's just something, some topic that you're researching, it makes sense. You can see I've done my DEVONthink research in there, making sure I've got all of these ways of capturing stuff, which we're going to do later, that I don't use. I don't use them. So because I don't use them, I'm going to need to research that. You might use certain ways, I might use certain other ways, but it's definitely something to think about if you need to deep dive something. I've got all of these annotated PDFs that I've done in PDF Expert, and I never go back and look at them. It's as if kind of the act of highlighting, that's as far as it gets. I don't take that information and then produce something else from it. It's too difficult. You've got this PDF, it's highlighted, great, now what? Then I sit there with the document on my iPad, which I guess is better than somewhere else, and I sit in front of Ulysses and I start trying to write an article about it. Well, the danger of that is the notes that I've highlighted are in the sequence that they were originally created. So I'm not making something new from them. There's a danger that you just kind of summarise that, whatever that is. Whereas this enabled me to play around with it and create a completely different structure, even from my own content. So I'll be using that more. Let's just say that. Does it sync with iCloud? Oh, Neil, there by Hunger Tale. Yes, it does synchronise with iCloud. There is an option in here, Cloud. Automatically upload a document when you start taking notes. And it can do some kind of synchronisation with Evernote as well. Problem that I had with it, and I'm picking up an iPad right now, see what kind of issue I've got with it now. Let's have a look. It seemed to take a little bit of time to synchronise, and when it did, I had a mismatch in number. So let me show you the number. There is a number. See here? 319 56 300. That 300 one says 300 on my desktop and 299 on my iPad, and I do not know why it says 299 on my iPad. Where are my glasses? Because I can't see my iPad at all at the moment. Right, let's see what's synchronised and what hasn't. Okay. Right, now I have a second pair of glasses on. Right, what did I create today? It's a Scrivener one, wasn't it? I've got 5 on my iPad. And I've got the 2 that we created tonight, the Scrivener Tips and the Ulysses 20, not synchronised. Oh no, hang on. Ulysses 20 is synchronised. Sort of. What I would say, I've managed to make it work. There is an option to manually sync and all the rest of it, but what works is all of the documents are synchronised. What seems less useful is the mind map study bit. So the bit we're looking at now doesn't seem to synchronise as well as the rest of it. So I sat there and I thought, that's a pain. How important is that? And I thought, I can imagine me starting on an iPad. I can imagine me working on an iPad. And then I can imagine me working on a Mac. On the Mac, far easier as far as I'm concerned. But I thought, what about going from one to the other? How important is that? And I came to the conclusion I could see me doing it, in which case the synchronisation could be a problem. Your mileage may vary. Mine, I would say it's not all there. I don't know if that's an iCloud issue or if it's an app issue, or tonight if it's an interweb issue. But there is a way around it. And the way around it that I have adopted is, let's say this going paperless, which is huge. It's got the 300 nodes on it. Hundreds and hundreds of nodes. Some of these must be folded up. Oh, let's have a look in here. Are they all folded up? No, they look like they're open to me. Are there 300 in there? That does not look like 300 to me. I think some of them must be closed up. But I've already got my other glasses on. So what I did with it was open it, go up to File. No, I didn't. I did it from in here. One thing you can do is back up the whole lot. Export backup of notes, databases, all the documents. So that was the first thing that I did. The next thing that I did was, and I'm not doing it with a video one, we'll take this one, it's quite small. Click on there and just do a backup. It creates a backup, which we'll put on the desktop. And it's actually a MarginNote package file. Just take that, put it on your iPad, edit away. When you're finished on the iPad, do exactly the same. So it's a bit of a manual thing, but that way I'm guaranteed that what's on the iPad and the Mac are one and the same. I used it on the iPad for about 10 days before I went onto the Mac version. And I thought the iPad was good. But once I got onto the Mac version, I'm like, oh, where have you been all my life? So I think the iPad would very much be secondary for me. If only because my iPad's 11 inches and it's a bit small. I mentioned earlier that PDFs work and EPUBs work. EPUBs actually work better than PDFs because EPUB will reflow into the space that you give it. Whereas if you make a PDF smaller, the text gets smaller and is very difficult to read. So EPUBs work incredibly well. I inadvertently did that. I inadvertently added an EPUB, which wasn't what I intended to do, but it worked. And it actually reflowed much better than a PDF. But it is a great app. It's one that I'll be carrying on using. If I was using it on an iPad, I'd be looking at putting it on my 12.9 inch, not my 11. It's okay. But, you know, if it's a PDF, it's not going to be as easy to see as it would be on a bigger screen. 27-inch iMac, it's fabulous. And obviously what you're seeing in here is only at 1600 by 900. So if we went into the Ulysses one, I can actually read that and I could take that across. And if I clicked on light revision mode, I can make it zoom in. So I could have it that I could actually read it. And as I'm navigating through this, I can see both. So my other screen is probably 4 times bigger than this. So when I'm at 27-inch iMac, it would be 4 times the size of that. And it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right. Good night, Graham. Okay, let's come out of that then. Okay, let's go back into there. So it does annotations, which are just highlights that live on the document. It does excerpts, which are added to the mind map. Hence, there is a mind map, and then you can turn that mind map into an outline. It pretty much does everything that I want. Now, you can get a trial from the MarginNote site or via the app stores. The iOS version is $12.99. There is a 14-day trial. It's not subscription, it's a flat fee of $12.99, but it is an in-app purchase. And the reason that I mention that is in-app purchases are not shareable with family sharing. So if you had 4 children and you wanted it, then you're looking at nearly £50 because they would need their own in-app purchase. The Mac version is $45.99, but maybe now, Jonathan, you can see why. But it's on setup. Definitely the Mac version is on setup. Setup are moving towards iOS, so hopefully the iOS version will be included. If I had a choice, I'd just live with the Mac app. Hopefully you'll get the synchronization to work a little bit better than mine. I have no idea why it is not absolutely perfect. I might uninstall and reinstall everything in the hopes to get it working. It does synchronize the documents. It's the mind maps that seem to need a manual kick. But, as I say, it's available on there. So, freebies before we see Mike. Now, you know I love Vivaldi. Vivaldi is a browser. One of those browsers I thought, oh, I won't use this much. I'll use it for Notion. That's what I thought. But when I started using it, it's actually pretty amazing. Now, the freebie is, one, the browser's free. Just try it. It is amazing. It's the one that has the multiple windows. You can have like 4 windows showing all at once. You can have a sidebar showing. Love it. Love it. But they've just uploaded a whole load of videos to the Vivaldi YouTube channel. With stuff like that I've talked about, but also things beyond that. Theming it and the notes manager. Loads of videos. So have a look at the videos. That will give you an idea of what is possible with it. Now, in the meanwhile, having done that, I need to get to Mike, don't I? And I've lost you. Oh no, there you are. There you are. No, I put the paperless before you and it's after you. So we're going to head off and Mike's going to talk about the query editor in Excel. Right, let's go.
Notion is back. There was a Cloudflare outage, apparently.
Do you know, I'm sure they've got that on a macro. Every time it's down. Oh, there's Cloudflare outage. Right, they can see you, Mike.
And can they hear me?
Well, they've been hearing you all night. So I certainly hope so.
Okay, I'll make a start. Right, the query editor. When you import data into Excel using data and then get data, a query gets created automatically. A query is just a set of instructions which tells Excel where the data is coming from and how to import it. And we have actually covered quite a lot of functionality of the query editor over the past few weeks. We used it to tidy up imported data, so we looked at removing columns that we don't need, replacing text, things like that. We used it to add additional columns like monthly salary, where we only had the annual salary, and age based on date of birth. And we also looked at the query editor in Power BI. In fact, it's the same query editor. The query editor first made an appearance in Excel 2013 as part of the Power Query add-in, and then when Microsoft brought out Excel 2016, they made the query editor part of the core application so that the Power Query add-in was no longer required. They also added the query editor to Power BI. So the sessions I've done the last couple of weeks, when we've looked at the transforming data part of Power BI, all of that has been done with the query editor. But there are a few things that we haven't covered, and I'm going to cover those tonight. Power Query has its own language. I think I've mentioned this before, which is called M, which to me, M was a character in James Bond. But no, M is the name of the language. And just like the macro recorder creates a VBA for you, the query editor creates the M code for you. And just like you can edit the recorder generated VBA, you can edit the generated M code. Now, how do I get into the query editor? Well, there's a couple of ways. If I go to Data, Queries and Connections, that brings up the Queries panel, which shows me any queries that exist in this file. And we've got one, and it's called Sales. And if I right click on it and select Edit, it will take me into the query editor straight to that query. But the other way that you can get into the query editor is to go to Data, Get Data, Launch Power Query Editor, and that takes you pretty much to the same place. The only difference is it doesn't take you to a specific query, so it'll show you all the queries in this file on the left hand side, but it doesn't take you into a query. You'd have to click on the name of the query to actually get to it. There we go. Okay, also when you open the query editor in that way, you don't see the panel down the right hand side, which we need to see by going to View Query Settings. And also for some reason you get this text overlaid. I think it's just a screen update issue, so let's just resize the window. There we go. So I actually prefer it by going to bringing up the list of queries and then right click Edit. There's actually another way that you can bring up the query editor. So if you actually click into some data, you don't actually have to have the panel displayed. If you click in some data and that data has been generated from a query, you get a query menu on the ribbon, and then you can just go to Query Edit. But as I've said a number of times before, a query is made up of a set of steps, and those steps are listed in the Applied Steps box on the right hand side. And as you click on a step, it shows you the M code for that step in the formula bar. If you haven't got that formula bar visible, go to View and tick Formula Bar. So you click on a step and it shows you the code. So the first step, which is the source, that line of code there, in fact if I click the drop down arrow on the right, there was only one line of code, but sometimes there isn't enough room in that formula bar, so you can click the arrow to see more of it. But basically what that is doing is that is telling it to go and grab data from that CSV file. And then the second step, that is promoting the headers. So that is saying that the data on the first row of the CSV file should actually be treated as the column headings. So you can see what it's doing if you look at this data preview. The third step is it's changing the data types. So I think what it's doing is it's setting the order date to be date, and it's setting revenue and cost to be numeric. But what it actually does with the M code is it doesn't just show you the columns that have changed, it shows you everything. So it says the order ID is integer, the order date is date time, the city is text. Well, the default data type is text, so that hasn't changed. The flavor is text, same with that, and so on and so on. It's a bit like when you record a macro. So if I just close that down, if I recorded a macro that said go to page layout, bring the page setup box up and switch it to landscape, it doesn't just record that, it records every single setting across all of the tabs. Even if you haven't made any changes, it actually generates a huge amount of VBA code. So that's the downside of the recorder. Let's get back into the query. So when you create a step through the nice interface, it does generate a lot more code than you actually need. You can edit that code directly. So for example, if I go to the step called uppercased text, and then I go to the step called added custom, what that added custom step is doing is it's generating the profit column. So it's saying add a column to the table after the step called uppercased text. The new step will be, or the new column will be called profit, and for each row perform the calculation revenue minus cost. If I was to rename the uppercased text step, so let's go and rename that and put convert city to uppercase. It is intelligent enough to then rename all the subsequent steps, or not rename the subsequent steps, but amend the M code in the subsequent steps. If it hadn't done and it broke the query, then you could just go into that step and edit that there. But normally it will make that change for you. But then, there might be things that you do want to edit directly through the M because it's quicker. So as an example, let's say you had, instead of a proper record on row 1, you had a whole bunch of dotted lines because that was what was on the first row of the text file that the data's come from. So what you could do is you could say remove rows, remove top rows, and I'll actually do this so it adds a new step at the bottom. Remove rows, remove top rows, and then 1. And what it's done is it's added in a step there. It's removed the top row, and that's the M code that you want. Now, if I've decided actually I want to remove the first 3 rows, I can either go and click the cogwheel and change it to 3 there, or I could have just edited the M code there. I guess it's really down to whatever you feel most comfortable with, either using the GUI interface or editing the code yourself. If you want to see the entire query, go to View and then Advanced Editor, and it opens up the query in a separate window. Again, you can edit it there if you want to. Okay, let me show you 1 or 2 things that you just need to be aware of and be careful with. Let's say I wanted to remove the city and flavour columns. So if I select the city column and the flavour column, so I'll just click the first one and hold the control key down and click the second one, and then go to Home, Remove Columns. What it's done is it has given you a line of M code that does exactly what I've just done, is it removes the city column and the flavour column. So we've got table.remove columns. This is a new step that's going after the step that's called remove top rows, and it's removing city and flavour. Now, that can be a little bit problematic. I know that's really easy to do, just select these columns and remove them. But if I'd made a mistake, if I wanted to get one of them back, say I wanted to get the flavour one back, I deleted it by mistake, there is no cogwheel on this step. I don't know why there's an inconsistency with the applied steps thing where you don't have a cogwheel against everything. So what you could do is we could say, okay, I'm going to delete manually that, and that brings the flavour step back, because what you're doing is you're saying only remove the city column. So that's one way around it, is to edit the M code directly. I'll actually remove that step. The other option we've got is, instead of selecting city and flavour and saying only delete those two columns, we could actually select every other column except those two and say remove columns, remove other columns. You get the same result in that it's deleted city and flavour, but what the M code looks like is slightly different. What you're saying is keep all of those columns. And the other benefit is that there is a cogwheel. So if you decided, actually I made a mistake, I wanted to keep the flavour column, you can actually bring it back like that. It's much simpler. So two very similar commands, two subtle commands, act quite differently. Another anomaly that I've come across is with filtering. Let's just remove these steps. Yeah, filtering. If I click the drop down arrow and I say, okay, I don't want to see chocolate and mint chocolate, so I'll remove those two. Look at the M code. What it's doing is it's saying select for each row where it's not equal to chocolate or not equal to mint chocolate, because I took the tick out of those boxes. So it's using the not equal to syntax. But watch what happens if I actually remove, let's select all, if I actually remove banana, peach, pecan, strawberry and toffee. Now what it's done is it's given me a totally different query. It's not using the not equal to, it's using the equal to. So again, a little bit of an anomaly there. Okay, so there's a kind of introduction to the query editor and the M code, but I want to go on now and show you some other things. If this goes on longer than I thought, does that matter?
No.
Okay. Right. What I want to show you first is an append query. Okay, so I'm going to close this file down and open up the file called append1. What I've got here is I've got 3 worksheets, and each worksheet is linked to a city. So I've got the orders from customers based in San Francisco, I've got orders for customers based in New York City, and I've got orders for customers based in Philadelphia. I've deliberately created a different number of rows for each table. And the tables, the names of the tables, so not the names of the sheets, but the actual names of the tables are San Francisco, NYC, and Philadelphia. So I've given my tables, I've converted my data into tables and given my tables meaningful names. I need to create some pivot table reports from these three tables. And traditionally what I would have done is I would have copied all the New York City data and pasted it underneath the San Francisco data, and then copied the Philadelphia data and pasted it down here. So I'd have ended up with one big table which I would then produce my pivot table from. You could still do that, but there's an easier way, and that's what I'm going to show you. I can create, as I said, an append query. Now, for simplicity, I've put the data in 3 separate sheets in this file, but it didn't have to be. It could have been in 3 separate files. In fact, the data didn't have to be, or doesn't have to be, all in Excel. It could be in a CSV file, it could be in a database. Doesn't actually matter. The important thing, although there is, when I say the important thing, I was going to say is that the column headings need to be the same. But if the column headings aren't the same, it's still possible to do it. Obviously, in this situation, the column headings are the same, because if you were doing it in an Excel file, you would probably type the column headings up and then copy them across and copy them across. But of course, if you've got data in a CSV file, data in an Excel file, data in a database, then it's not necessarily going to have the same column headings. But it's better if you do have the same column headings. But sometimes you're not going to have that option. But this is what we do. Okay? Let's start with the San Francisco data. Just click anywhere at all in that data and click on Data from Table or Range. So what you're doing is you're telling Excel that you want to create a query from this table here. So Data from Table or Range. That will open the query editor. Now, I don't actually want to do anything with the data. I don't want to delete any columns, don't want to do any filtering, don't want to do any tidying up. So I click the Close and Load button and choose Close and Load to. Now, you might say, why not just Close and Load? Because if I choose Close and Load, it will create a new worksheet and create a new table and put all this data into it. And I've already got that data in this file, so I don't want to duplicate the data. So that's why I don't choose Close and Load. So I choose Close and Load to, and I say I want to create a connection, because the only other option is a table, and that, as I've just said, will duplicate this. It will stick it on a new sheet and just create a duplicate. So you create a connection. So what I'm doing by creating a connection is creating a link to this data. It basically stores the data in memory rather than in the spreadsheet. So I have a new query in this file called San Francisco, because it takes the name of the query from the name of the table, which is San Francisco. I'll then rinse and repeat twice. So go to this table and do exactly the same thing. Close and Load to, create a connection, OK, and do the same thing with Philadelphia. Wrong option, Data from Table. Oh, hang on, no, my cursor's not in the table. That's why it was prompting me to create a table. So Data from Table, Close and Load to, create a connection, OK. So I've got 3 queries. The queries do not actually store any data. The queries are simply a connection to each data set. If the data set was held outside of Excel, I'd have still done the same thing, because again, I don't want to bring in data into the spreadsheet. I just want to connect to the data, whether that data is in Excel or externally. Here's where you create, well, here's where you pull it together by creating an append query. So we go to get data. This is all on the data menu. Get data, combine queries, append. And I will be showing you a merge one in a minute, so you'll see the difference. So data, get data, combine queries, append. I want to append together 3 or more tables. So I just select all 3 of them, which I can do with click the first one, shift and click on the last one, and then click on add. And click OK. So what that has done is that has created a 4th query which has pulled all that data together. You can see the San Francisco records, the New York City records, and the Philadelphia records. It names the query append 1. I'm going to rename it and call it all cities. And once I've created the query, I will choose close and load, and again I don't want to choose just close and load, because if I do, Excel will create another sheet and take the 35 rows of data, which is a combination of those 3 tables, and actually add it into the worksheet, which will duplicate the data that I've already got split across those 3 worksheets. So I will choose close and load to, create a connection query, and click OK. So I've got 4 queries, but the queries themselves haven't pulled any data in, they're just created links. Once I've done that, I can create my pivot table, and you just create the pivot table in the normal way. Insert pivot table, but I want to base my pivot table on this query called all cities. So I have to use an external data source, choose connection. That lists all the queries in this file, and it's that query I want to use. So I select it, say where I want the pivot table to go, and then I can drag in the fields in the usual way. And we've created pivot tables many times, so let's just drag in flavor, drag in city, and drag in revenue. And that's showing me how much money we've generated from each product, each flavour of ice cream that we sell to customers in each city. So where you have data split over multiple worksheets, multiple tables, or multiple data sources, you can pull them together, pull the data together basically in memory instead of physically in the spreadsheet, and then create a combine, an append, again in memory, and build your pivot table. Okay, if you've got any questions, stick them in the chat as usual. So let's just save that file. Let's have a look now at doing an append query with different columns. Yeah, that's the way around it, Neil. You can save yourself so much time instead of having to create a new sheet and copy and paste, especially if there's a lot of sheets to copy and paste. Let's say you had 12 sheets for the 12 months of the year and you had to do copy paste 12 times. Yes, you could create a macro, but again, you have to know how to create the macro. So this is much simpler. And of course, the other benefit, if I just reopen append, is that if the data changes, so as the months go on and we get more data added to the bottom of the San Francisco table, more data added to the New York City table, more data added to the Philadelphia table, then all you have to do is refresh the query. So if I bring up the queries panel, you actually don't even need the queries panel displayed. If you just go to data, refresh all, it will update all the queries in this file and the pivot table. So that's you know, that's going to save you a load more time as well. Okay, another append query, but this time using different column headings. So I'll open up the file called append2. Again, to keep this simple, I've created 2 tables, but what I'm going to show you will work with as many tables or as many different data sources as you need. So what I've done here deliberately is in the San Francisco sheet, I have got the heading in B1 as a product, and in the New York City sheet, I've got the heading in B1 as flavor. So the data is the same, but I've deliberately put different column headings because that could happen. As I said before, that could easily happen. You've, for some reason, decided to put different column headings in. So, do pretty much what I did last time. So click into San Francisco, go to Data from Table, and then immediately, without making any changes, close the query editor. Repeat exactly the same thing for New York City. Okay, once I've done that, I then want to combine those 2 tables together in effect. And as I say, keeping it simple, so I'm only doing 2 of them this time, because the one thing I want to focus on is the fact that the column names are different. So do exactly what I did last time. Data, get data, combine queries, append. But this time I only want 2 tables. Now it doesn't really matter which is the primary and which is the secondary. So I'll just pick the top one, San Francisco, New York City, click OK. What that has done is it has put in the product where we had a product and put in a null where we didn't have a product, and put in blanks or nulls where we didn't have a flavour, and put in the flavour where we had a flavour. So everything else, the order date, it's managed to just combine those as you'd expect, and the container size and the quantity, but it's the flavour and the product columns where, because those 2 were separate columns, it's just filled in the products where we had a product, a flavour where we had a flavour. But what I want to do is I want to merge those 2 columns. So this is what I'll do. I'll click on product, control click on a flavour to select those 2, and then click on transform, merge columns. There it is, looking for it. Transform, merge columns. Is there a separator to merge them? No, there isn't. So I'll leave that set to none. The new name, I'm going to call it flavor, and click OK. So it creates a new column. It's actually called it flavor 1 because there was a flavour column, but it's now sort of deleted that through the merge. So I'll just change that back to flavour. But what we now get is we now get those 2 columns merged together. So that merge columns is very useful as well. Okay, once you've done that, close the query editor down. File, close and load to. Not close and load, because I don't actually want the data to be loaded into the spreadsheet, and that's what close and load does. So close and load to. Create a connection. And then I can create a pivot table from that connection. Okay, so let's just do that. Insert pivot table. Use the connection. I probably should have renamed append one, give it a more meaningful name, but it doesn't matter. It's okay.
Oh yeah.
What?
She wanted to play football.
Oh. And did she play?
Till it was confiscated, yes.
Really? Right.
You're not hungry.
Huh?
Telling the dog she's not hungry.
You're not hungry. Go and sleep. Right. So where were we? Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to create my pivot table. Just got interrupted by the dog. So drag that in there. Drag city into columns and drag revenue into values. So there we go. Same pivot table as before, but now we've got all of the flavors correct. So if you do have data that has different headings, you can deal with it that way. Banana splits and ice cream. Now you're making me hungry, Simon. Right, so let's close that one down. Now, on the get data menu, there's an append query and there's a merge query. And people always want to know what the difference is. So let me show you. Let's open the file called merge1. Merge is actually the, I would say it's the Power Query equivalent of a lookup. So what I've done here is I've got two separate tables. The tables, yes, they've got totally separate headings, but that's because they are being used for totally separate purposes. It's not like we've got a list of names and where they're based in one table and another list of names and where they're based in another table, and one is like the European people and the other is the the Far Eastern people. It's your relational database type scenario. Let's call it that. Your access type scenario, which we've done many times before. And what I've done is I've just highlighted certain records to indicate what's linked to what. Obviously in the real world you don't have to highlight those, but just from a teaching point I've just highlighted those so that you can see that the records here are related to that record there. So these 4 people are earning $30,000. I'm keeping it simple, keeping both tables in Excel, but they don't have to be. You could have data from different data sources. But for this to work, you need a column in each data source that contains the same information. And I'm just looking at my notes and I made a Freudian typo.
Really?
Yes, I put dame information, not same information. There is nothing like a dame, as they say in the business. Anyway, the columns do not have to have the same headings. And I've deliberately put one column as grade, one column as band. So it's not important what the columns are called. What's important is the data in those columns is the same. It's exactly the same as we did in Access several weeks ago. It's exactly the same as we did in Power Query. It's a Power Pivot. It's exactly the same as we did in Power BI last week. As I say, the color coding's just to point out how the data sources are linked. So I need to create 2 connection-only queries, exactly as I did before. So data from table, because the data's in a table, and then as soon as it did. You're right, Kim. My women always make an appearance. Pity Stuart's not here to put it in the book.
He'll hear all about it.
He will, yes. So create a connection only query there, and the name of the query is based on the name of the table, and I'll do exactly the same thing here. So create a connection only query, because I don't want to pull the data into the spreadsheet a second time. Okay, so I have my 2 queries there. Then what I need to do is go to data, get data, combine queries, merge. Now here it is important which is the main table and which is the secondary table. It's like a one-to-many relationship. So the one side, or the many side goes at the top, and the one side goes as the second one, because there are many employees to one salary or one band. That's why I've highlighted it, to point it out to you, one to many. So the many goes at the top, the one goes the second one. And normally for that kind of relationship you choose a left outer join. I'm not going to talk through all the different types of join, but some of you I know are familiar with SQL and databases, so you'll be familiar with all these different types of joins. So left outer is the usual one, but it does support all of these different joins. So I need to choose left outer and click on OK, and it's not giving me an OK. Have I got this the wrong way around? Maybe I have. Let's just choose salaries and employees. No, I've forgotten a step. That's what it is. Either that or Lola's telling me what I should have selected. I don't know if anyone heard that, but
she's taken to talking.
She was talking to us. She was saying hello. No, what you need to do is you need to select the 2 columns that are the matching columns. So I'm going to click on grade and I'm going to click on band to select those 2, and then I can click on OK. Now what that has done is that has pulled the data in to the query editor, but you'll notice that the salaries table, which was our secondary related table, has just got a column of its own, but there's a little double-headed arrow over here. I need to click on that little double-headed arrow, and then I need to select, in this case, salary, because salary is the only column I want to pull out of that other table. There's no point me pulling band out because I've already got that listed as grade in here. So we click on OK, and there's the salary. And I'll rename that column just to salary. So that, as I said, that is the equivalent of a lookup. So I will close and load to a connection, which it has called merged one, which I will rename and call it, not salaries, I'll just call it all data. Okay, and then I will create my pivot table. So in the usual way, insert pivot table, base it on an external data source, base it on a connection called all data. And for this one, I will drag in office into rows, I will drag in salary into values, and we now have a table, a pivot table, showing us total salary for each location. And I'm going to change that. I'm going to right click on the salary column and change that to an average. Okay. You want me to carry on?
Finish your thing.
I'll carry on. All right. If you guys are happy to listen to me going on, I will.
Do you mean droning on?
Droning on. I was going to say droning on, but I changed my mind at the last minute. Okie dokie. Right, next thing. Is Jonathan still with us? Yes, that is a very good question, Neil. Or have I sent him to sleep? Right, the next thing is how to split a single cell into rows. So for this one, I will choose the file called Meeting Invitees. Okay, what I've got here is a single cell. All this data is in A1. It looks like it's been split across column. Oh, my voice is very soothing. Is that because we're approaching the love hour?
That's tomorrow, Mark. Don't get confused.
Brooklands meets MacBites. Right, all this data is in one cell. It's not even split across multiple columns. It's all in the one cell. And where this data's come from is it's come from Outlook. Because what I want to do is I want to get a list of the email addresses of people who were invited to a meeting. So what I've done is I've gone into Outlook, I've opened up the meeting invite from my calendar, I've selected all the email addresses just by highlighting them, copied them and pasted them into A2 and put a heading in A1. You need a heading because I need to convert this into a table. Doesn't matter what the heading is. The heading could say XYZ as long as you've got something there, but you might as well put something logical. Now, when the data comes out of Outlook, it's in that format. It's name, email address in greater than and less than sign, and then semicolon. And what I want to do is split the data up, not only into separate items, which I can do easily with text to columns, which I'm sure I've shown before, but the thing with text to columns is it will split it into multiple columns, which isn't what we want. We want to split it into multiple rows. So there are actually several ways to do this, but by far the easiest way is with the query editor. First of all, I need to convert this into a table just by clicking into the data and going to Insert Table and clicking OK. So there's my table. And then going to Data from Table. And that will take the data into the query editor from that table. Right now I have my heading and I have all my data in one cell. Literally, it's mirrored what was in Excel. So what I do is right click on the heading, Meeting Invitees, split column by delimiter, which I'm sure we've done many times before. If you've got, let's say you've got first name, comma, surname, and you want to split it into two columns, then you say split column by delimiter, and you would choose the comma as the delimiter, but in this case I'm choosing the semicolon as the delimiter. But here's the key. Here's how you get it into multiple rows instead of multiple columns. You click the advanced options and you say split into rows and click OK. Now, isn't that cool? Taking data and splitting it. You could have transposed it in Excel, but this is much faster. Yeah, that's exactly what I've just said, Neil. Text to columns and then transpose, but this is actually a lot faster. What I then need to do is I then need to take all the data before the less than sign, because I want to remove that. I don't want the name and the less than sign, so I right click and select, is it transform? No, I don't want to transform it. Just bear with me a second. No, I use find and replace. So there's a couple of ways to do this, but I'm going to use find and replace. So select that column, transform, replace values, and I want to replace the greater than sign with nothing. So that will get rid of the greater than sign from the end. And then for the less than sign, what I'll do is I will say split column by delimiter, use the less than sign as the delimiter, and click OK. That then gives me 2 columns, and I can then remove that column, and I've left with the email addresses. And once I've done that, I will go to File, Close and Load. This time I will do Close and Load, not Close and Load 2, because I do want to get the data into the spreadsheet. So what it does when you do Close and Load, it creates a new sheet, and there you go. Now the other great benefit is if you needed to do that again, so let's say you had a different meeting and you wanted to do the same thing, all you have to do is go into Outlook, go to that meeting, select the people from that meeting invite, copy it, paste it over the top. So basically delete what's in row 2 and paste. And what I'll do is I'll cheat just by generating 2 entries. So imagine I had a meeting with 2 people, not 10 people. All I now need to do is refresh the query. And there you go. Okay. So you could then take that data and just copy and paste it somewhere else to say these are the 2 people who were in that meeting. That was what my video was about this morning.
Oh, well done.
Yes. Yeah, we have a quota in our team at work that we are supposed to create, each trainer's supposed to create 2 videos per month, and we're a little bit behind. So,
like a year.
So we're playing catch up. Yeah. So that was my video this morning. Right, so shall I carry on?
Whatever you like.
Fine, I'll carry on then. Yeah, I'm going to show you Unpivot. I think I briefly showed you this the other week, but I'll go over it again. You haven't
eaten enough. She's churning
Is she
away
still
for
churning?
food.
Lola, quiet. I'll take you out in a minute. We'll play football. Okay, this Excel file is used by many people in the company for currency conversions. This data actually came from a web page, but I've decided to use static data in Excel because, of course, when you do a demo, you can't always guarantee those websites are going to be up, can you? It's probably backed by Cloudflare. Anyway, its current layout is not suitable for what I need to do. So I'm going to close it down and I'm going to start a new Excel file. Because I don't want to start messing with that file, because that file is used by many people in the company. So it's just like a reference file. So I'll start a new blank file. And what I then want to do is bring that data in. So data, get data from file, from workbook. Go and find that file. There it is, exchange rates. Import it. Select sheet, which is the name of the worksheet in that file I just showed you. And I don't want to actually load. Do I want to load the data in? Yes, I do. I want to load the data into the actual spreadsheet. So I'll just click load rather than load to. Okay, so there's the data. What I now need to do is I need to do what we call unpivot, because I need to get that as a normal list. I just want a list of each currency against the other currency and the value. So in other words, I want something like this: euro against US dollar 1.1198, euro against GBP 0.9124, whatever it is. In other words, I'm trying to get a long list instead of a sort of cross-tab table, as you might want to call that. So the easiest way to break that cross-tab table apart is to unpivot it. And the way to unpivot it is to use the query editor. So if I right click on the query called sheet 1 and edit it, I need to select all the columns except the first one. So click the first one, shift and click the last one, and then click on transform unpivot columns. And it's as simple as that. I'll rename these columns, so I will rename this one as currency from. I'll rename this one as currency to, and I'll rename this one as rate. And then I will use a filter. The first filter is to filter out anything where the rate is 1, because that's where we've got the same country. So euro and euro, US dollar, GB pounds. There's no point bringing that data in. So if you can apply a filter at this level, it doesn't use that data. It ignores that data. So it means your data set that it's going to work on will be smaller and your thing will run faster. The other thing is, in this company, we only deal with Australian dollars, UK pounds, and US dollars. So I only want to deal with those Australian dollars, euros, GB pounds. And the same thing here. Australian dollars, euros. Sorry, to say euros, GB pounds and US dollars. Make sure I've got the right filter applied there. Australian dollars, GB pounds, US dollars. That's it. Okay, so there is my table of data. Once I've done that, I will also just round the rate to 2 decimal places, just so it looks tidier. And we are done. So I will then exit the query editor. And we now have a table of data that we can use in a proper format. So I'm not necessarily going to create a pivot table from that, but I want to use that information in some other calculations. But I needed to get the data from that format. It's gone, hasn't it? From that format to that format. And the easiest way is to unpivot it. Okay, I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
So I hope you found that useful.
Oh, they're loving it.
I think Neil said something about this is gold.
He wasn't the only one. Paul likes it. Kim likes it.
Excellent.
I think Jonathan's nodded off though.
I'm sure
but
Jonathan.
Don't take it personal. We knew that would happen when he put it on the TV.
I'm sure Jonathan will like that in the morning. Right, is she asleep?
She's sort of settled.
She nodded off.
She's been told no. She's had a treat, but I think you're quite right. I think she wants the game sausages. But like I've said, they have too many of them. Make a sudden reappearance, shall we say. So little and often. Well, actually not that often. Just be good. Can you be good? Do you know, I wish there was a live feed on her. The look on her face. I shall call the RSPCA instantly, she's saying. Right, okay, let's get you back onto my screen before Mike pops up something inopportune.
Oh, I'm just stopping my recording.
Oh, you managed to remember to record and everything?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all right, so did I.
Good.
Just checking. Wouldn't be the first time. Right, let's get back to Paperless. So this was going to be the precursor to DEVONthink. going paperless. Right, so I can't see the screen, so can you make sure you check the
questions,
the text and everything?
Yes.
I could on my iPad, but then that had to go as well. So never mind. Right, going paperless. I know DEVONthink does more than paperless, but a lot of us want to use it to at least assist with paperless, so a look at paperless would be a good idea. So I want you to put into the chat and tell me where you are in your paperless journey. Is it just a grand idea at the moment?
That's where I am.
It's a grand idea.
That's where I am. He says, holding up a notebook.
I bought him a notebook.
You
This is a
did.
new notebook.
It is.
Because we have had so many conversations about the detritus on the leg of his iMac.
It's also warm. Feel that. Because
It's been near your
because
iMac.
it lives on the leg of the iMac.
Yes. You wonder it's not melted. But I think it's okay. No one is 100% paperless. I don't care who they are. You know, at some point you're going to have a pen and a banana. Seriously. But let me know where you are at or where you would like to be.
I try and be paperless at work. I mean, I know I've not been there for 4 months.
Remember work.
Yeah. No, I mean, I do go to work, but I work from home. No, I was going to make a point that I will pick a piece of paper. I usually have to go to the printer and pick a piece of paper.
That's so true.
Yeah. So, and then I've got a pen and I've got a piece of paper and I'll scribble something down and I'll just bung it in my bag. And it lives there squashed up for about 3 months. So I do try and go paperless, but the odd piece of paper does make its way into my bag.
The thing that you're writing on the piece of paper, is it like... I mean, if you don't see it for 3 months, was it just an idea or is it something to do?
It might be an idea, it might be something I've got to do. It might be a formula that I needed a piece of paper for, but then I need to come back to it the next day.
We need to get Mike onto drafts on his watch where he talks to it. That's what we need to do. It's got a funny colour. No, seriously, you can do that. But sometimes you do just need a piece of paper. Anyway, where we're at. The office of the future will be a paperless one, and that was the first time the term paperless and office was put together, apparently. That is a very famous article from Businessweek in 1975. That was just about the time computers were being put in offices and heading towards a computer on every desk. It was probably also about the time that printers were becoming more and more popular, wasn't it?
Yeah, now 45 years later, the office of the future might not exist. See, I'm not the only one. It happens to Neil.
Go on, what's Neil said?
It gets pushed into scrunched up at the bottom of my bag.
We need to get you out of this. Let's sort it all out. But what, you're right. We're not there. We're not there, are we? Are we there yet? No, we're not. Why not? Why not? Should we be there? How close are we? Let me know your thoughts in the chat. I think if you're going to attempt paperless, then you're going to need to approach it in like at least 4 steps, seriously. You need to have the idea, but the idea to go paperless, you just use the term paperless. And you don't actually define what that is, what that looks like. Is it for everything? Is it a certain part of what you do? And then you need to think, why are you doing that as well? You then need a plan. And the plan and the strategy kind of go backwards and forwards with each other. You can create a plan and that might not work unless you've got a good strategy. So those two, you need to be thinking of them together. But the most important thing, once you've got the idea, the most important thing then is to think, what does success look like? What are you aiming for? Because I think even I started off with, I'll go paperless, I buy a scanner. And I didn't really have a plan and I didn't really have a strategy. It was just like, I will pick up this piece of paper and I will scan it, and put it where? At least if it's a physical thing, like a magazine, it comes in every month, you put it on the shelf. You know where it is. There'll be an index at the front of it. There is an inherent system and strategy involved in all of that. And the second you say I'll go paperless, you think you don't need that anymore. But you do. Trust me, you definitely do. So you've got the idea to go paperless. What is that and why? Are you very interested in saving the planet? Some people want to do it for that reason. That is their driver. As I've said, what are you aiming for? And you may need to break that down even further. What are you aiming for in the near future? And is there a longer term aim in that? I've been trying to go paperless since before we had a Mac. Am I there yet? You must be kidding. No, I'm not. Some people have said Instagram ready perfection is what they want. Have you seen those kind of pictures on Instagram?
No.
Don't. They're freak-outable. You just think like, where is everything? Like, there isn't even a door in that picture. How do you get in and out? You've got to start with a plan. Don't just start. I've done that. I've just started scanning. Randomly picked up something and scanned it, and that's great. I once spent ages scanning stuff into a system whose name... Pages Pro. I was going to say whose name escaped me. Pages Pro. Do you remember that for PC?
Yeah.
Into a proprietary format for Pages Pro. Oh no! They were Pages Pro files. Yeah, I'm going to need to deal with that at some point. Never start without a plan. But as I say, the plan needs to be based on a strategy. So, you will have a backlog before you go any further. Have you actually got all of that in one place? And what is the backlog? Paper is obvious. It'll probably be all over the place. Do you remember Pete's picture of his desk? He had very carefully balanced piles of detritus. We all do. They might be in a drawer or on a shelf, but you've all got them. But in addition to paper, which in a way, because it's got a physicality, is easier to handle, there's also your digital detritus. Dare I mention email inboxes? You wouldn't particularly think of that as needing to go paperless. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that you would print them out, but do you need your emails in your paperless system with stuff that you have scanned? Or do you not? What's the word? Store email? Do you convert the information in your email into something else and you never ever need to refer back to the original email? Do you go to your email client to do that? Now me, I very, 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 very infrequently need to go back to my email. Because if it's important or if it's something like a receipt or something, I'll make a PDF of it. I never know if I'm going to have access to my emails.
I'm the opposite.
Yours are all in your email.
Yeah, I regularly go back through my emails.
Looking for something at that particular moment or to do something with?
No, looking for something.
I have done it, but I don't find it that useful. I had to do that the other day. What was I looking for? I said to you, I needed to narrow down a time frame first.
The cost of something.
Yeah, it was. And I had to narrow down a time frame because I needed to type in a term. And then I'm thinking, oh, okay, so that needs to be near something. It's just more difficult. Whereas if I have my paperless system, or I have a digital filing system of some description, maybe I can put the emails in there or put the information somewhere else. So if it's a receipt for a piece of software, it's going to go in two places. It's going to go in 1Password. That's where the serial number will be. Also with that, I do take the time to put in the price and the day it was purchased and any information like email and the site it was downloaded from, whether it's activated or not. All of that goes in 1Password. The PDF of the receipt will go in my paperless system, even though it was never paper. It arrived digitally. But we still tend to think of it as like that is a piece of information. Years ago, I would probably have printed it out. And I had an A5 binder that had all my serial numbers in. And that's where I would have put it. Obviously, that's long gone. But as well as emails, you've got your files, you've got your photos, you've actually got physical items as well, and so much more. So when you sort this system out, at the very beginning, you need to think, what is it you're trying to get in it? If it's just paper, it's just scanning, then you're not going to have to think about the digital side of it. But what are you doing with those kind of things? And even once you've gone through every single input that you have now, what are you going to do when you have new inputs? Now, at one point, Mike and I had computer files. We did not have email. Oh, remember those days? God, life was simple. We didn't have email. So we had none of that coming in. So there may be something that comes in. She's now snoring. Crying out loud. There may be something that you acquire. Maybe it will be via another job or anything that is a new input. How is that going to interact with the system you've got? Is the system you've created kind of a walled garden for existing content, or is it extensible to include additional information in the future? So an example of that would be 1Password. Originally, 1Password was for, guess what? Passwords. So you would go to a website and you would be able to have your username and password automatically filled in and it would log you in. Now, it now covers credit cards, passports, what we call a national insurance number, which I think is a social security number in the States, software, you name it. You can even put your own documents in it if you want. If they are ultra highly sensitive documents, you can put those in there as well. So I would have a copy of my driving licence in there. So 1Password built a system that initially was for passwords. And people started trying to use it, trying to extend the system to other information that was sensitive enough that they wanted it in a system that was secure. So it does random notes as well. That was an extensible system. What you need to think about with the system that you're creating is to think about making it extensible to cover things in the future. You may have a vague idea what it might be. Maybe there's a new role, and if there was, then you'd have to think about a particular type of report that's made every week and it's printed out, and you need to think about what to do with it. Or it could be something that you have absolutely no idea you are going to need to track. One example of that would be subscriptions. How are we all tracking the subscriptions? I know that is not in your mind. That's totally separate to Paperless, unless you're subscribed to something to handle the paper. But the entire system is something you need to think about, basically. Now, lots of this is going to be files, in which case you are going to need to be thinking about creating a system for naming your files. Don't leave it till later. Don't start naming things scan 1 and scan 2, which the software will suggest for you. Don't rely on any optical character recognition or anything else. Actually create a file naming system that makes sense to you. Mine always start with the date, always in sort order. So today, now we're past midnight, would be 2020-07-18. So think about a file naming system. I do try to put in there, so if it's a bank, if it was Barclays, it would be the date, dash, Barclays, dash, credit card, dash, and then whatever after it. That's just my system, but have a system, because it will save you so much time in the future. And you also need to think about, and a lot of people fall with this one, having a blitz once every 6 months is fine. But here's what will happen. You will lose the will to live while you are blitzing. You will also be behind constantly. Make it a habit. Do it 10 minutes a week, 5 minutes a day, whatever. But make it a habit. Small but often. Otherwise you will end up with this massive pile of stuff. You also need to think if any of it is physical. Get some boxes and put in and out on them. And you might think, why do I need a box with out on? Because once you've scanned it, if it's sensitive information, then you need to put it in the box of I've scanned that. Why would you not shred it straight away, Mike? He's lethal with this. The scanner, the shredder's right next to him. So you've scanned it, it's in your system, it's all named neatly. Do you shred it?
Not until you backed it up.
There we go, you need to back it up. So it could be an idea, just have an inbox and outbox, make sure the outbox gets emptied regularly, but that it doesn't get emptied until everything is completely secure, which takes us neatly on to backups or building resilience into your system. It could be cloud backups, could be local backups. Maybe the cloud is your primary one, and there are so many. Google Drive, iCloud, she said. OneDrive, Dropbox, Box, or pCloud. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your system is as long as you actually have a system. And so many people do not have a system. But make sure you have a backup system that gets backed up automatically. Then probably where you would have started the apps that you would use. And of course, these are going to be split because originally I would say you'd think of desktop apps. And there could be dedicated apps like DEVONthink Pro, which we're going to move on to look at next. But there's also a lot of other apps that can provide scanning. And you've got to think in terms of the app of having access to your backups, so your cloud services. What have you got installed? Where have you got it installed? The reason I talk about that is you may have a primary Dropbox account or a primary OneDrive account, and you've installed the OneDrive client and you've got access to your primary OneDrive space. But that's not where you're backing up, and you can't access two versions of or two OneDrive spaces. She's still snoring. You can't access two OneDrive accounts on one computer via their app. In which case you might need to think about cloud mounting software and have multiple instances of OneDrive mounted. So basically, don't just think about the app to scan with. Think about how you're accessing your backups and everything else. Then you need to think about your hardware. Now, you're thinking scanners, aren't you? But that's not it. Not just on its own. Obviously, there's scanners. There could be flatbed scanners, sheet-fed scanners, document scanners, all kinds of scanners. Could be handheld scanners. Because there are plenty of mobile apps that will turn your phone or your iPad into the most amazing scanner. The one I use is Scanner Pro from Riedel. I have been through all of the others. They are very capable. The reason that I settled on that one was when you do a scan with a mobile device, there's sometimes it's not 100% accurate in the area that it's picked up. And when I tap on the screen to move the corner of the scan, it zooms in and I can see it perfectly. And so many of the other apps did not do that. So basically, when you think about scanners, it's not just desktop scanners, it's all kinds of different scanners. You may have more than one. I do have a flatbed. I've no idea when it was last used. It just sits on the shelf. Not often. It's very old. So my preference would be for a sheet-fed scanner, an A4 sheet-fed scanner. But your mileage may vary. And if I've got odd things that wouldn't fit through, it's too big, too small, or anything else, it can scan photographs, but there are better ways to do that. Then I turn to a mobile device. So think about your inputs. Don't start thinking, I'll do that with that app. And then the next minute you've switched to a different app and you've forgot the stuff that's already in the other app. One thing to think about when you're looking at the apps is not just how well it does its job and scans it, but does it automatically make a backup because it's on your phone or your iPad? Does it automatically send it somewhere? Is it doing a backup as well? And the one that I picked does. It automatically uploads it and then it automatically makes a backup to another cloud service. So I remember last summer while you were poncing around dressed in your ABBA outfit, I was sitting there and...
Poncing?
Yes, you were poncing
around.
about, Mike. He was very popular with not only the boys but also the girls as well. Oh, yes, it was a good day for him that day. But I was actually sat there and I had my notebook with me and I had some paper in it that I wanted scanned. And I thought, oh, darn it, that was next on my to-do list. And then I thought, hang on a minute, you've got your phone. And I actually scanned about 20 pages with them on the car seat with me scanning them, and they were absolutely fine. You have broad daylight, they were fine. So think about your scanners. But also in terms of hardware, think about shredding. You're going to need a shredder. Now, stamps, you're probably thinking like, why do I need a stamp? Oh, you need a stamp. I have a whole drawer full of stamps. For scanning, scanned, for shredding. Copy, you name it, I've got these stamps. And the biggest benefit by far is twofold. One is to stamp something for shredding. And that means it goes in the shredding pile. And because it's got this shredding thing on it, I know it's been scanned. The other thing is for paper that I do keep for a certain amount of time, I put scanned on it. I stamp it scanned, and that way I know not to scan it again, which you'd think was simple, but trust me, no. So if I look at it and I think, oh, it's already been scanned, then I don't need to think about it. So stamps are a great, great, great idea. And by that point, you should be ready for success. So cross-reference back to what your ideal was. Was it to have a completely paperless office? Was it to solve a problem, 5 years worth of university stuff you want scanned? Just work out what the plan is and then get going with it. So I said, and I'm lying to myself, having looked at the next slide, I did have a slide 0, which has since moved. So let me find my 0. This is not good. Where's it disappeared to? Yeah, that was going paperless. So there was definitely a 0 which has vanished. Come on, where are you? Oh no, I know where you are, you're quite right. No, it's all right, it was fine. Right, I think I've got it. We're going into there. No, we're
Neil
not.
says,
Yep.
I bought a scanned stamp and my son decided to stamp everything I hadn't scanned with it.
I should add a point there. Lock it up. Naughty, naughty big cake. Right, so part 1, configuration and capture. So we're talking about DEVONthink, which is from Devon Technologies. They have been going a long time. They are a company I would trust because of the length of time that they've been doing this, and they are very good at what they do. DEVONthink 3 came out in April 2019. Version 2, bit of a difference there, they've simplified a lot, but version 2 came out in February 2010, so it was 9 years before you needed to pay for an upgrade, which is not bad. So this version is the one that I'm talking about. We did cover the new features, so it wasn't a complete thing that we did, but we did cover the new features in episode 22, bless, back in May last year. That was just covering the new features. Now, if you've used this before, or any variation thereof, between versions 2 and 3, there was a fundamental change. There was an application called DEVONthink. It was very inexpensive, and it was a very simplistic note-taking application. It was a version of DEVONthink, but it was so limited they called it DEVONnote. There was also something called DEVONthink Personal, which was a little bit more advanced, a little bit more feature-rich than DEVONnote, but not quite a pro-level app. One of the limits with that one, I do believe, was you could only have one database. But it was kicking around quite a lot. It was very common to find somebody who had that because it was often given away or included in bundles. Now, the benefit of that was I got a bundle many years before and I got DEVONthink Personal in it. I thought, what's this? And I had a look at it. I thought, whoa, this is good. You are able to upgrade from that. So if that's what you have, then you could upgrade from it, even though it's sort of 12 years old. Then there was DEVONthink Pro. And DEVONthink Pro was like the most feature-rich, apart from the fact that there was Devon Pro Office, which had integrated scanner support. So DEVONthink Pro became DEVONthink. So that in version 3, there's only 3 versions now, and there is a version that did not exist before, which is DEVONthink Server. But DEVONthink Pro version 2 became DEVONthink 3, which you could say is the standard version. DEVONthink Pro Office had the scanning feature in it, and from memory, I think the Office part of it meant that it read Office files as well. I think those were the 2 distinguishing features. That has now become DEVONthink Pro, so you can forget the Office bit at the end. The other version is DEVONthink Server, which needs to run on a web server and provides external access to DEVONthink databases. It's highly unlikely that you would be using that version. It's heckishly expensive for a start before we go any further. So I think you would be using one of the other 2 versions if you are using this. If you have an opportunity to buy it, I would suggest you go for the Pro version, just to be sure that you've got all of the features that you would need. Right, so one huge change between version 2 and version 3 was they changed the licensing model. Can we have a sound effect there? Boo! Hiss! The old version used to be you got a serial number, install it where you like, on your machines. Now it's one computer, one seat. You have the legality to install it on 2 Macs. So every license for DEVONthink 3 comes with 2 seats, and you can buy more if you want. As it says there, now this is important, if you're working with a team of 6 people, you'll need 1 license, which gives you the 2, and 4 additional seats. So the first one gives you 2, and then the next ones give you 1 each, up to 6 in that case. That's important because I had an application where if you bought 1 copy of it, you just bought it, it gave you 2 installs. But I needed it on 3 Macs. So technically speaking, on that basis, I would buy 2. I would buy the original one and a 1-seat additional one. This particular app, not DEVONthink, but this particular app, no, you needed to pay 3 times, not twice. So I was very annoyed about that. It didn't actually make cost-effective sense to do that. You would have been better off buying 2 individual licenses, which would have given you 4 seats. So just buy the second one on another email. Bad news. But this one, you always get the original 2 and then you can buy extra seats. But the fact that I can't install it on multiple, well, beyond 2, is annoying in the extreme because I would want it on my iMac and I would want it on at least one of my laptops. But I also have a problem with the scanner. The scanner doesn't work beyond El Capitan. So my scanner actually sits on a 2009 MacBook Pro. And obviously to scan, it needs DEVONthink on it. So if one license has to go on that machine, then I've only got 1 left. And I'm going to have to choose whether it's on my iMac or my other one or buy extra. And I think the extra are the same price as the original. So that is just most annoying. But I had hope. My hope was, this was what they said when it was released. Good evening, Tracy. How are you? Kim's ordered her stamps. Don't let Kiva loose with them. So, issue with this was, it wasn't in the App Store at the point it was released. So, despite the fact it was released in February, I didn't buy. My logic was, I'm going to wait and I'm going to buy it in the App Store this time. I used the trial and I was religious with closing down the app if I wasn't working with it, because the trial is 150 hours, which lasts a long time if you close it down when you're not using it. And I waited and I waited, and it got to Black Friday last year. And I managed to get a double discount on it, but not in the App Store. It still wasn't in the App Store Black Friday last year. Guess what? Still not in the App Store now, which is very annoying, because if I buy via the App Store, that would solve the 1 computer, 1 seat licensing, wouldn't it? They're saying they needed a little bit longer, but surely not 18 months, because that's the problem. 18 months on, still no sign of it arriving in the Mac App Store. Okay, so the plan was that we were going to do configuration capture tonight, then part 2, organising and creating structure within the databases. Part 3, how to retrieve information. 4 was maintenance and system management. And 5, going mobile with it. That was the plan. But I realised as I contemplated this, what about why we're using DEVONthink? And this was because Debbie S asked, what was the difference between this and Notion? So I thought I'd do a little bit of a comparison, part 0, about why you might want to use DEVONthink. So first of all, how does DEVONthink compare with the file system? Just files in the file system. And DEVONthink gives you a database structure. That means you have advanced search within that database. and the search is constrained to the data in the database. Whereas the file system would be files and folders, and then you'd need Spotlight or an app-based search, something like WhoDaSpot. WhoDaSpot could be configured to restrict your search to a certain set of files and folders, but you'd only be able to search things like dates or the title or maybe text within the file, but it's not providing any intelligence with a search. It's just going to return. I mean, we've all done it, haven't we? And then thought, that's not the file I'm after. Where is the file that I'm after? And it doesn't drill down into the information sufficiently to bring you back meaningful search results. It will bring you back stuff and you'll think, why did it? Oh, yeah. And you'll realise that it's pulled in part of a file name that's nothing to do with it at all. The database structure and the advanced search in DEVONthink is powered by artificial intelligence, and it will bring you back information you didn't even know was relevant. And that has happened to me quite a few times with stuff that I've put in there. The nearest thing to genealogy, and I know a lot of you work with that I had in a DEVONthink database, was the proofs that I needed for an actor's page. I needed at least 3 references to prove that he'd actually been in something. And I put them all in DEVONthink, and then I was searching for something. And up popped this thing, and I thought, oh, that's not relevant. You know, I wouldn't have looked at that for the part I was looking at. And then when I read it, I thought, oh, that's genius. I would never have found that. That's what DEVONthink gives you. Now, when it comes to comparing it with Notion, it gets a little bit trickier. But in DEVONthink, you still have that database structure, and you still have the advanced artificial intelligence search, which I've also got at the bottom. And your data is local to you. Now, I say specifically local to you rather than in a cloud, because that's not really the best thing to do with DEVONthink. I will explain why. But your data is local to you. So when Cloudflare go down, again, you will still have access to your data because it's not in somebody else's system somewhere. Now, the advantages, so this is really the advantages of both, and you would have to kind of trade off between the two, which are the biggest advantages to you. But Notion gives you the opportunity to build a single system. So, for instance, let's say I'm researching DEVONthink, and I've got articles and books on DEVONthink. And you know I have, you've seen them in MarginNote. But let's not muddy the waters with yet another app. But you've got these materials. And I have a system in Notion for organising and running all the things we do. And without it, we wouldn't be doing it. It's as simple as that. So in Notion, I have 85 individual records in a table for episodes of After Hours. That is linked to my content items table, and in my content items table, I have a record for DEVONthink. We're doing it today. And I could put those books and references and articles inside that system. Whereas if I put them inside DEVONthink, it's not a single system. Notion would be a single system. It would also enable me to not just use it for MacBites After Hours, but I could also, if I wanted to do a video of it for YouTube, integrate it with another part of my Notion system and use the same source material rather than making another database because, hey, this is for YouTube and that was for After Hours. You also are provided with Notion unlimited online storage if you're paying. Now, is there a limit if you're not paying? There is a limit if you're not paying on a 5 meg upload. So if I wanted to upload that video that I've used a lot as a demo, my Catalina boot disk thing, that was 64 meg because it was 4K. So it's only 6 minutes. I don't think I could probably get that down under 5 meg if I really, really ruined it, but it would be very rough. So I don't know if there's a limit on the amount of storage if you are not paying. Mike will find out. But if you're paying, they don't say like, oh, you can only upload so much information in the way that Evernote do. It's unlimited, just keep uploading. Because they're working on the principle that nobody is going to sit there and upload gigs and gigs and gigs worth of information.
If you're not paying, it's 5 meg.
I know, but isn't that per upload?
Yeah.
I'm looking for the total storage. There may be a limit on the total storage. There might not be. Would make sense if there was, to be honest, because you're not paying. But basically, if you are paying, which I'm paying, there's unlimited online storage. And of course, you have mobile access, which, while the apps don't have full parity with the desktop apps, they're getting better. They're usable. Now, DEVONthink does have a companion app. It is nothing like DEVONthink, but we'll talk about that when we come to week 5, I think. Right. Now, those are the advantages. Then there are the disadvantages of each one. With DEVONthink, the price is $200 and there is a cost per seat. If you can get an upgrade, it'll be around half of that price. They have just had a sale on for 25% off. And last year, their next sale was Christmas. And it started the second week in December. So just to give you an idea with the price. There's limited mobile access. There is a version of DEVONthink for iOS. It's called DEVONthink to go. It's nowhere near DEVONthink. And to make it work with your desktop information, you have to jump through hoops when it comes to actually synchronizing the entire thing. It's a nightmare. I've got questions coming in here. Are there questions I can answer when I finish this little bit?
There's just comments.
No, there's a question there.
There's a question from Paul.
Couldn't you scan to the inbox folder and put it in the sidebar? Is that to me or somebody else?
I think that's to you.
Couldn't you scan to the inbox? Yes, you can. You can. There's other ways to work around that, so hold that thought. There is a learning curve to DEVONthink because it is so feature-rich, but then I would say more of a learning curve to DEVONthink than some applications. But in essence, it's a database, so as long as you're okay with that. And it's macOS and iOS only, so if you're on Windows or you need to access the stuff on Windows, you are out of luck. So that's the point with that. But Notion isn't all there either, because it doesn't have a full offline mode. There's no way that you can kind of tap a button or whatever and say, right, we're all offline now. It doesn't do that. There is limited search. They've improved the search, but it's going to provide you with nothing like DEVONthink could do. So if you've got a lot of detailed information that you want to dump into DEVONthink and then ask questions of that information, then DEVONthink would be the better bet to do that with.
Paul says, so you might not need DEVONthink on a scanning computer.
I've got something set up that's working at the moment, Paul. You'd need it on the scanning computer. You would need DEVONthink on the scanning computer, definitely, and you'd need it where you want to access the information. Because I'm scanning straight into DEVONthink. I do have the ScanSnap interfacey thing. I'm reaching the point where it's getting that awkward now to use it. I would contemplate upgrading the scanner. But when I looked at how old the scanner was and when the last model was introduced, etc., it was years and years ago. So I will have a look at that. We will kick around some ideas. Right, where was I up to? Limited content viewing. You can put stuff in Notion. You can put PDFs, videos, live YouTube links. But in terms of actually just browsing your information, you would have to add the meta manually to Notion to make sense of it. So say you've got a PDF. You drop that into DEVONthink. It will have a date. It will have a last edited, a created date, may have more information than that. And that meta is read in automatically and processed through the AI model. In Notion, I drag and drop my PDF, and all Notion knows is it's PDF. I could possibly search for it by title. I'd probably be lucky if it came up in the result. And if I want to see it, I have to click on it, and it will open up just that PDF in front of my face. But there wouldn't be any way to highlight it, annotate it, or doing anything clever with it. You just see it. And if it was a collection of information, a collection of files, I can either drag them in and dump them in a page, or I can drag them in and dump them in a table. And either way, you're going to need to add meta manually to be able to find stuff. So it's much more limited on the mining of the information front. And there's an ongoing subscription cost. So if you are paying, which you don't have to, if there's only you using it, there is now, you're not limited with blocks anymore. But still needs thinking about. Now, when I talked about it with Mike, and I said that's a really good point about when should I use DEVONthink, when should I use Notion, what the pros, the cons, and what should I do? And Mike said, he actually said it's apples and oranges. Now, that's one way of looking at it if you see the two as having very little crossover. So in Mike's mind, he would not use DEVONthink for any of the stuff that he does in Notion, and vice versa. But I can see if you weren't using either and you looked at them, you'd think there's a huge crossover. So I would say the relationship between the two is complicated. It's going to boil down to a personal choice. There may be a killer feature. For Mike and I, would I fancy running after hours through DEVONthink? No. So the killer feature there would be the table feature and the link tables that Notion has gets the job done. Would I want to do that in DEVONthink? No. So there might be a killer feature. It could be that your access requirements is the most important thing to you, that you need access to that anytime, any place, anywhere, in which case DEVONthink not the best way to go. But I use Notion, and I use DEVONthink. So probably the best way to go, as the graphic implies, is a hybrid system where you have some stuff in DEVONthink and other stuff in Notion. But not just in some kind of random way, like that would be like having pigeonholes and just throwing stuff all into any one of them, but for a reason. I will put this in DEVONthink because, I will put this in Notion because. It could well be I end up with the same thing in two places. But you're going to need to think about it, is basically where we're at. So, now let's get on to part one. Properly, part one. So what we're going to look at this time is configuring and capture. So I'm going to need to go back out to notes at some point. But let's get into DEVONthink. It will run alongside DEVONthink 2, which is good news.
Paul's asked a question.
Right, got a question.
Could you put an alias on the sidebar to the inbox of the computer with DEVONthink, is what he was thinking.
With the print to DEVONthink. Your print to DEVONthink wouldn't be there unless DEVONthink was installed, unfortunately. And it's actually scanning it in. That's the issue. I will have a think about it, but I think what I've got so far is about as good as it's going to get. The trick that I've found that at the moment, fingers crossed, is working, I'm using DEVONthink 3, but I had DEVONthink 2. And as we'll discover as I start talking you through this, a DEVONthink database ultimately is a container, but the content you put within it, it's an open container. You can actually view the files. So because of that open design, what I decided to do, and so far, like I say, it's working, is I've left DEVONthink 2 on my older laptop, and that's what's scanning, because I'm not interfacing with it other than to press a button on the scanner. So DEVONthink 2 is doing all of that, and it's processing those files to a location, and then from there they're being brought into DEVONthink 3, and it's working. I actually have this hooked up with the proper official cloud thing, but I don't recommend that, it's hideous. But we'll see that in the last week. So one option, I don't know where you're at legally. If you've upgraded from 2 to 3, can you still use 2? I mean, it was installed and I just left it alone. But you are actually upgrading, aren't you? So does that negate your original license? I don't know. I don't know is the answer. But this is DEVONthink. sometimes you will get the welcome screeny thing, won't you, when you get in, which isn't help. Is it that? That's the one. So you may see this when you start up, and just like with DEVONagent, this can actually be quite useful to see, because not only is it the welcome, which is that bit there, but you've also got stuff that's new and setting it up and tutorials, and you have the option to install the extras. So these are the extras that you have the option to install, and there's actually more than you can actually see. So these are little scripts that you may choose to install, like rename using regex, or change the date, copy the comment into the URL. So basically these are tiny scripts to do certain things. You also have option to put a smart rule, which is basically a saved folder which populates itself based on a criteria. Then you have templates. So if you wanted to create journals, you've got that option. You've got an option to create a tickler file or a dated hierarchy or lab notes. So these are available for you to use. So if that doesn't come up because you've taken the tick out of this, then you can get to it from the help menu. But normally you are greeted with the welcome, and it offers to take you through the tutorials before you actually start. Now what I've done with mine is I have made a few changes because this is my preferred look. Up here you have view options, so you can view and hide the sidebar. You can have just the file information. You can have a horizontal split. You can have a vertical split. So that is literally just the views. It doesn't change anything else. It's just the way that you're looking at it. And the one thing that I do want is to have alternate shading in the file list. And that you will find in your preferences. So you may well, as soon as you go into it, think that doesn't look like Elaine's. Make sure you go in here and actually have a look. You go to General and you go to Appearance and you get the option for alternating row colours in the views. And then you can choose whether to display the number of the items inside each group, which I do. Whether you want to highlight internet links, whether you want to show duplicates and replicants, this won't make any sense till we've looked at it, but whether you want to see them in colour, you can choose to show file name extensions, you can choose the labels and how they actually look, and you can change font size. So it's under General and Appearance. So I've already been through that because this is actually my default DEVONthink setup that we've got in here. Obviously there's a whole load of other preferences which we'll look at down the line, but that's the general one which affect what it actually looks like. Then what you've got across the top is the remainder of the menu bar, title bar, buttons basically. Most of them inactive because we've not got any data in there yet. You do have this search option where it says live and partial searches while typing. And you can have to ignore the diacritics, fuzzy searching, etc. So information in there. You literally just start typing and it will run its AI. It'll be amazing. In fact, looking at that, you can see what I was looking for. I was looking for something about Keyboard Maestro, something about a business that we wanted to contact, and they were called So What, so I typed the word so in. These two I needed to do twice. Peter Kerr is PK, one of our Catenian friends, and Mike said I need to find something about Windermere when we went to Windermere. So I think I typed in Windermere, didn't find it, and I thought, well, PK was president at the time, and I put in that straight there, absolutely straight there. Then you've got your information, and then over here you have the ability to show and hide the tags, which just brings up this small bar at the bottom. So it is literally just that bit there, and that is where the tags will appear. And you have the ability over here to see another panel. So you have your sidebar on the left hand side, and you also have this information panel over here. Both of those hide a multitude of features. So let's start on the left. At the moment, we don't have any databases open. So it says globals, and there's favourites. I don't think I've actually favourited any. There's no open databases, but I do have recent databases. So we could open some of those, but we're actually going to create one from scratch. So what you're seeing over here is favourites if you have any, globals, by which it means if there is no database open, you still need an inbox. You still need a way to get information to DEVONthink. So it has a global inbox. You can have global tags, and obviously there is trash as well. So there's no database open at the moment, but those globals are still available. Then you have open databases if you have any. We don't have any open. Recent databases, smart groups, and smart rules, which we'll look at as we move on. But that's not all you have in that sidebar, because at the top, that is just the first part. That's just the navigation. The next thing is a reading list. You can actually work through your data and think, I need to read that one, I need to read that one, and add it to the reading list. So rather than making copies or tagging it in some kind of way, you can actually add it to a reading list. Then you have the third one, which is import, and that will let you import stuff. And then you have extras in there. And this is tips and tricks and all kinds of stuff that you can actually, it's basically the help system. And there's promotions and releases and all kinds of things in there. So that's what you've got in the left-hand sidebar. The list view that you see here will be a list of all the items that you add into your DEVONthink database. This bit that I have on this side is actually a preview window of what I will select in the list. So this preview window that says no selection is hooked up to the file list. And then you come on to this sidebar over here. And it starts off with an info panel, and it says there's no custom metadata because we're on custom. But when I said to you that you add a file to DEVONthink and it brings with it all of its metadata, that's where you'll see it. And you can even add custom metadata. And when you add it to Notion, the metadata is just in the file, but Notion doesn't read it, doesn't do anything with it. So this is where you would actually see it, both the generic and the custom metadata. Then we have reminders and comments. So you can put a reminder on a file. You can add comments, and those comments will ripple through from DEVONthink into the Finder, the file in the Finder. And you can put annotations on there as well. You can add them from a template, and you can even export them. Then you've got what's called the outline of the document. So this will make more sense when we've actually got a document, but you can view the table of contents if there is one in a PDF file, and you can see thumbnails of every page if there's thumbnails. You've then got the properties of the file, annotations, and you can add extras, whole list of them in here, and links that are inside there as well, you can see that. Then on this one, you have the concordance. Now, this is all to do with the advanced searching, which we will be doing in an upcoming week. But a concordance file is basically the intelligence within the algorithm that determines, based on what you type in, what files to return to you. And there will be some kind of fuzzy logic going on there. As I said, this database that I had with all of these random files about the TV programmes, theatre jobs and all kinds of other stuff that this actor had been in, it brought one back, I thought, instantly, not relevant, and then I realised it was. There was like one paragraph at the bottom, and I would never have found that. That's what the concordance file does. It will show you these things in a list, in a cloud, or in a graph. So it will tell you, maybe you're looking for, if it's genealogy, maybe a surname. And it will tell you how many times that appears. So that might be relevant for that kind of search. Then you've got this next one, which is your see also and classify. I see Tracy. You needed to see us all. I'm so glad you could be there, but good night. You look after yourself. So this one is your see also. So it will try and classify documents into groupings of documents based on the contents of them. This is the kind of stuff that DEVONthink can do that Notion wouldn't have a clue with. So again, if it's like intense historical research where you need to analyse inside those documents, DEVONthink will be streets ahead of Notion. But you might decide, once you've got that information and maybe summarised it in some kind of way, that you want access to the summarised information in Notion and then put it in there. So that's why I would opt for a hybrid system. You just do need the system part of that. Don't just go hybrid and randomly put stuff all over. A hybrid system where you know exactly where something belongs and why. So have some rules with it. But DEVONthink is streets ahead of Notion when it comes to analysing the information that you put in it. And then finally, we have the search over here. So you can see I've got a search in there for Vivaldi. I don't know what I was doing with that. That's the last one. So you do, there is a lot to this interface. A lot to it. I tend to have mine set to thumbnails all the time because I tend to be working with scans and I want to delete blank pages quite a lot of the time. So it's handy to see the blank pages as thumbnails because this isn't just a view showing you the thumbnails. This is actually going to allow you to interact with it, to right click and do things with the pages. Now, we've gone through the entire interface, except the bits down here. So you have the option to create new groups, new feeds, new databases. So you have a new option down there. You have the cog that again gives you new groups, etc., and gets access to the database properties based on what's selected in the panel. You also have here opportunity to bring up information about the files. You can bring up tags and search by tag. You even have the map pin, which will show you where something was. So it needs to use your location. Yes, thankfully, I know I'm in Manchester. Excellent. Just south of Johnny, who's asleep. Just saying. So you've got those options down there as well. Right, so that's it for the interface. The first thing you will need to do is to create a database. What you've got there would be good enough to get you going, but you wouldn't have created a home for your data. It would just be kicking around in an inbox. So you go to File, and the first choice is, do you want a new database or a new encrypted database? Now, a new database will give you... I have never gone for an encrypted database. I don't think I even did that when I had all my passwords in in DEVONthink, which was before 1Password was even thought of. But a new database will be wide open. So any data that you put in it, the default is to have it searchable with Spotlight, which may be exactly what you want. That would just give you extra access to your data. It's also less overhead because it's not encrypting it and decrypting it every time you go into it. An encrypted database, as the name implies, will actually encrypt that database. You will not be able to search for it with Spotlight. If you're handling sensitive information, that's obviously the way to go. Unless you have a need for it, I personally would just go for a new database, which will bring you this up, and it wants to put it where all the other databases are, in here, which is my DEVONthink folder. So we'll call this demo, and we will put it in there. Now you see at the bottom you get the option to create the Spotlight index for the content of this file or not. Can't really see why I wouldn't want that unless it was encrypted, in which case you wouldn't be able to do it. But I'm going to leave the tick in there and create the demo database. Right, that does a few things, like, whoa, what did it do? First thing it did was say, right, you've got an open database now, it's called demo. And within the database, you have 3 default items, and this will always be the case. You can see the items in the database in the list window here, but you can also see them by unfurling the disclosure triangle and looking at them in there. All the images, the PDF documents, they're exactly the same. Now, these are not folders, they're not files. They are actually smart folders. And what they're showing you is if I dragged some images in here, they would automatically appear within images. All the PDF documents would appear in there, and if there were any duplicates, they would appear in there. So these are basically administrative views of your data to help you work with your data. So that's what you've got in the open database, but also in the globals, things happened. We had an inbox before, and we had tags and we had trash. And we would still have that if they were all closed up. But every time you open a database, you then have your global inbox and an inbox that belongs to the demo file or whatever your database is called. It will be the inbox of the database that you have open. And you'll have tags that are based on the global inbox and tags that are coming from the open database. And guess what? Trash as well. The trash, when you delete something, if it was in the inbox, the global inbox, it will go into the global inbox's trash. Whereas if it was in the demo database, it will go into the trash of the demo database. And that's important because if I delete something, you can delete something and leave it in the trash and then close the database down. And then 3 days later think, oh, I shouldn't have deleted that file. It will still be there in the database, even if you've emptied the trash after the database was closed. If the database is open when you empty the trash, it's going to say, do you want to delete from all the trash? And you might then decide, hang on a minute. But if you've closed the database and you empty the trash, it won't touch the trash in that particular database. So that the more databases that we open, the more entries we'll have under inbox, tags and trash. One for each database. But tonight was all about getting stuff in there. And there is a million ways of getting stuff in there. Oh, Neil's gone. Night, Neil. Right, I need to get this up now so I can actually see the million ways there is of getting stuff in here. Which was there. Awesome. I tend to stick to 2 or 3 and I wouldn't particularly go much further than that. But you need to see all of the different ways because you might not use the ways that I particularly use. So obviously one of my ways of getting data in there is to scan stuff in. But obviously we also know I have a very weird scanning system going on because we won't go into all of that. Right, but what I do have in here is in my Finder, I've got some files to show you. So they are in they should be in the root of there, but they're not. Okay, here's some files that I've got. I've got a Keynote file, I've got a Word file, I've got another Word file by the look of it, and another Keynote file, PowerPoint file, Excel file, Pages file, a video, and a numbers file. So I've got lots of different file formats. Interestingly, don't seem to have a PDF, but we'll solve that very shortly. So these are the files that I'm working with. Right, one way to get files into DEVONthink is literally to drag and drop them in. So there's even more than one way of dragging and dropping them in. So here's my Keynote file. Let's drag and drop that in. I shouldn't be dragging into the trash. That doesn't end well. In fact, I didn't even check if it still worked with these, but obviously it does, so that's fine. We even see the contents of the file. So that is a Keynote file. So this
Simon's asking
if
this is live or a recording.
Why is Simon asking that?
I don't know, but he says he did chat away without a response for quite some time on a Marooned once.
We're live, Simon.
We are live, Simon. We are here. Chat away.
If there's no live banner on Marooned, we're not there. Right, so I just dragged and dropped into that inbox. Obviously, don't drag and drop into the trash. It doesn't work. So I've added a Keynote file. So that's one thing that I can do. Now, what I'm going to do, you can't see my dock because it's on the other screen. But I'm going to drag and drop this file over to the DEVONthink icon and drop it in there. and it comes in as well. So you can drag and drop it straight to the interface, or you can drag and drop it onto the top of the actual icon. That really only works well if you've got your icon showing, and I never see my dock, ever. It's hidden. I never see it. Unless something's broken, and then I go into the dock and force quit. But other than that, I don't see my dock at all, ever. Right, there is another way to drag and drop in. So this time we've got content plan. In my sidebar, I have shortcuts to frequently use stuff. So I am forever in Dropbox. I am forever in Audio Hijack. I have here a folder called Inbox. That is actually the DEVONthink inbox. So when I click it, what are you doing in there? That's interesting. Shouldn't that be in my file? That does say DEVONthink Pro 2. I'm wondering about that. Do I have a 3? Where's DEVONthink? Do we have a problem? Oh, we do have a DEVONthink 3. And do we have an inbox in it? Oh, how cool. Right, wrong inbox. Are you going to go there? You're not adding to the sidebar very well, are you? Is that because the other one's there? Right, remove from sidebar. Let's put this one on instead. Oh, you don't want to go on the side. Oh, no, hang on. Is that you? All right, there it is down there. So now I've got the right one. That won't happen to you, obviously. But that is a physical inbox. It lives in your user folder, library, application support, DEVONthink 3 inbox. And basically that is a hot folder. So we'll leave that where it was. We will do this. We'll go into there. We'll go into inbox. We'll go into there. And there's my DEVONthink. And here's my stuff. So we were on to content plan. We did not have content plan in there. If I drag and drop that up to that folder, put it in there, technically speaking, there we go. You actually saw it happen. It puts it inside here. There it is. Content plan. Where's the rest of my butterfly? Had a lovely butterfly on it. Never mind. Preview's not brilliant. But that's another way to do it. So you can drag and drop into 3 different places before you even go any further. Right, but we've still got data to add. We need different ways to add data, don't we? You will see up here we have the DEVONthink icon, and it's thinking about where I am. But that is your sorter, and it's so much more than it used to be. You may remember, if you've ever used it before, it wasn't bad, but it certainly wasn't as fully formed as this is. You can capture content here from Safari. If there's a URL on the clipboard, it would get that. Or you can even enter a URL. So if I actually went in there, there's the URL, and I actually put in it my blog, right, and give it a name. So Elaine's blog homepage. So literally just by having the URL, and then you need to choose, well, you can do a lot in here. I'll take you through it now. You can choose whether it's flagged or not, so you can flag it. You have, no, I'm not actually sure what that dot is, because it's not colour coding it. You can lock it. You can rate it, so we'll give that a 4. You can colour code it, so you have these labels in here, not to be confused with true labels. These are just colour coding it. So we'll say that that's done and we'll make it green. You can add tags if you want, but we're going to look at that when we come to classifying it. Most important thing in here is to choose the format that you want that saved in. So you could just save it as a bookmark. But if it's like a news page and you want it captured, then it's probably best to save it as PDF. You could choose a web archive, you could choose a HTML page, but you've got to think about how would you want to access this information in the future. And if I want something that is accurate, then a one-page PDF is your friend. You can even choose to make it clutter-free. But I do suggest, if you're going to do this, that you have a bit of a practice first to see what you actually get with it. But this is one way that you can add information. You can even drill down and see where you would like it to appear. The global inbox, or in the demo inbox. Now we're putting stuff in the global inbox at the moment, so I'm just going to leave that there and click add, and it will go away and it will find the page and it will render it to a single page PDF, and eventually it should make an appearance in here at some point. There it is. So has it done a good job? Now I've actually double clicked at that point. It's done a brilliant job. Absolutely fabulous job. That is spot on accurate. Spot on accurate. So it's added it as a page in there, a PDF. You can see that you can see the thumbnails. Probably won't be a table of contents. It's not that kind of PDF. If I close that down completely, which is that one, then you've got a better view of it. And of course, if you want the other view, you can see that full width at the bottom. You can scroll it up and down, and you've got the files that you've got at the top.
Kim wants to know what clutter-free means.
Right, I'll do a clutter-free one and you'll be able to see. So we'll go back to there, we'll do another one, we'll put it in the same place. So my blog, and this time we'll make it that, and we'll say blog clutter-free, and we'll do an ad. What it does is it takes away all of the layout and tries to give you the content of the page. So very basic. Who knew there was only that much content on my page? But very basic. It works great. Let's see. Let's get Firefox up. Where did I put Firefox? Oh, no. That's not my blog. Come on. Right. There's my blog. Right. I'll go to one of these pieces. So something reasonably long. We'll do that 7 top tips for Scrivener. So you can see it's got a sidebar, it's got a sign up for my newsletter, you scroll down, it's got the content, you know, there's other stuff on the page, basically. There's other stuff on the page. Now, in here, you can you can clip straight from a browser. So in here, I have the ability to clip to DEVONthink. And what it actually does is hook up with that we've just seen, but pre-populates it. So it's the same thing that we're doing, it's just an easier way than copying and pasting the URL. So everything's in there, clutter-free selected and PDF, because it remembers the last choice. So I'm going to add that one in. But then I will go back and I'll do another one, clip to DEVONthink, and I'll take the clutter-free away. So we've got one that's clutter-free and one that isn't, and we'll see the difference between them. They should have a decent fidelity. It's taking its sweet time with the second one, isn't it? Right, that is what it selected. So it's even got the top on it. The whole lot. It is WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. But obviously it can't do much with a video. But it's not bad. It's not bad because it's a blog post and I make my blog as clean as I can. But in terms of what you would get with clutter-free, just the information, just give you the facts. That there should actually take you out. That's the entire URL. So even though it just displays as the root of where it was from, it does actually show you it clicks through to the full URL. In here, you've got all of the text and all of the graphics. Obviously, again, you won't get the video, but you will get everything else. So it's just a cleaner way of doing it. The only thing that's wrong with that is that this bit here, which is the caption of the image, is being shown to the right-hand side of the image rather than underneath it. But other than that, that's pretty decent. So if you go to a site, I made the mistake of doing this the other day. There's a site that won't let me access it unless I turn my ad blocker off, which isn't happening. So I don't visit the site. But the other day I needed to read a post on this site. So I opened it up in a browser that I don't have an ad blocker in. Oh, I said to Mike, where's the story? It was just ads. What that clutter-free would do is strip that lot out and give you just the information. So it can be really, really useful. So up here, you've got the options that you've seen in there, but you've also got extra options in here. So you can actually search through your databases. You've got your capture. Now that's just actually a note. So that's taking a text note. And you can choose whether it's plain text, rich text, formatted note or markdown. So if we went for markdown and we said notes for DEVONthink, then in the body of it you could actually put in you know, your heading 1, and you could then start typing underneath notes for DEVONthink. Then put a heading 2, more notes. So you can actually take notes in here. It doesn't have to come from anywhere else. That would be you actually putting in a formatted markdown file inside DEVONthink. So you just click add and it comes up at the top.
Kim wants to know, if you took down the site and you just clicked it to DEVONthink, could you still read it?
Yes, as long as you've saved it as a PDF or a HTML file, a web archive, anything that but a bookmark, basically. A bookmark would then not load in. So if you want a capture of a site at a particular moment in time, I would suggest doing a PDF of it, either clutter-free or a layout PDF. If you want it updated, if it's something like, say, the BBC News homepage, and you want to see the latest news all the time, then save it into DEVONthink as a bookmark and it will update all the time. I can't personally see much of a reason for that, but you might. Just depends. But yes, if you've captured it in here and the site goes away, you will still have access to it as long as it wasn't a live capture in terms of being a bookmark. As long as you have actually scraped that site off the internet and captured it into your DEVONthink. So that actually shows you, your heading 1 is a heading 1 and your heading 2 is a heading 2. So that's you actually just typing notes into DEVONthink. Now, one use of DEVONthink is basically like Evernote, but local. So you could just use this, instead of worrying about capturing stuff and PDFs and all of that, you could actually use this as your note-taking app if you wanted. I wouldn't. We're back to comparing this with Notion, and no, Notion would be where I would put my notes. In fact, if we're going to get technical, Notion is where my notes would end up. But just getting into Notion and getting to the right page to add a note, I'm at that age I would have forgotten what I was making a note of. So I actually use Drafts for that. I tap the Drafts icon, I instantly get a blank page and I can just start typing. And I can actually choose when I've done it to just tap and send it wherever. And Notion is one place I can send it. So Drafts is awesome. Pete wants a bit on Drafts, doesn't he?
He does.
And I think Neil did as well. Drafts is something I will look at some point, but let's get DEVONthink out of the way first. But that's what I actually do. But you could just as easily send it to DEVONthink to go on your iOS device, and then it would synchronise back to here. It's just adding a text-based note. And as you saw, when you go into the note-taking, you get to decide what format. So if you wanted plain text, this is plain text. What this will actually look like, being plain text, will depend on what you've got set up in your preferences as to font and size and stuff like that. But that is just going to be plain text. You then define in your appearance in here what kind of sizes that you want. Now, it may be in there or it may be in editing. There we go. So what format is plain text? And it's source code Pro 14. So it's uni-sized font. But if it's rich text, it's going to come in as Avenir because that's how I've set it up. So if you go back and do another capture, but this time, say it's rich text, and then put this should be in Avenir. And this one is an RTF file. And add that. And if it's not going to be the best demo. There we go. It's in Avenir. Awesome. Okay, so that's using this that you have up here, but you're not limited to just searching or adding text or even going out to the web and capturing content from there. You also have the option to record. This is recording audio. So it's recording. Oh, well, I hope it's recording. I'm not sure which microphone it's using, but hey, it's probably recording. You can add some notes to that, so let's just put audio recording and we'll capture that and an audio file will appear. There we go. And you can play it in there. You can also go to video. Yeah, we're not going to see much there because my camera's turned off, but you could do exactly the same with that. And then you can capture screens. So if you wanted to capture, let's say, a window, and I want to capture Wirecast, there it is. And I can actually put in there, that's Wirecast. So for somebody like me who might be using DEVONthink, here's an idea. To capture the screenshots for a manual or a training course, whoa, that's a good idea. Because I can name them on the way in and I can tag them which bit they're going to. So would that be faster than Notion? Oh yes. Notion doesn't handle multiple graphics very well at all. And even getting the capture into Notion, so that's instant. I literally, it just came up and then I just need to add it. And then when I go down here, there's what my broadcasting software is looking at right now. Look, the scoreboard. Oh, I predict the scoreboard. We must be quiet. We mustn't wake Jonathan. Leave him while he's sleeping. But you can do that from the Clipper. So the Clipper is doing so much more, even if you were writing about this application. So you could say, include this window, choose a window. There's the window. Boom. It's captured itself, basically. And I think I've potentially got a problem. When I do certain things, my mouse pointer disappears. Right, it's back. It's just weird. It's just weird. Best known to itself. But I've got it. So did it capture that? No, it didn't, did it? Did it not like that at all? Okay, let's do it again. This... Oh, it's got it in there, but I haven't actually typed it in, have I? So I haven't added it at the moment. My mouse pointer disappeared before I added it. So if we said that that was a capture of DEVONthink and added it to the inbox, in it goes, and there it is. Very Inception. But yeah, that would be great for manuals. Have I tempted you yet, Mike? He's contemplating that. Because it would give you a way of organising them. I could literally just say, right, these captures here are to do with a certain part of my manual. In which case, what I would do is right-click on it and say Group Items. And now they are course materials. Which is fabulous. So when you hear Group, think Folder. And that's what you've got. Awesome. I think that's it for the Clipper. That's pretty much the Clipper. So we've used the Clipper, we've dragged and dropped onto the icon, directly into the system and into the inbox. We've used the DEVONthink sorter at the top, we've used a Clipper. I've said you can scan into it, which is fairly obvious, and I don't know how I'm going to demonstrate that to you. Not the way mine's set up, I don't, but I will work on that for next week. Another thing you can do is actually use your email client and send something to DEVONthink. There's also that thing that I did a couple of weeks ago that I showed you, where you can print something to DEVONthink. Literally anything to DEVONthink. So I've got something in here like the family budget. That's probably a really bad idea, isn't it? I'm going to go for the calendar, which also isn't in there. But I'm going to open that up, and yes, I can add it as a PowerPoint file. But if I didn't want it to be editable, I'd want to send it as a PDF. And one option is to print it. And you've got all of these options, but down at the bottom, and of course in here, when I say you've got all of these options, you could say handouts, you could say 4 slides. You've got all of the options, like 9 slides. I like the one with the lines. Is that an outline? No, it's not. Is it notes? Whoa, has it disappeared? Where's the one with the lines, Mike? Or is that an option? Oh, that's the one. There's the one. That's my favourite. So I might want a copy of the notes with this as well as the original. And in here, you should have, when you have installed DEVONthink, the option to print to DEVONthink, and off it toddles. And it's actually done it. There it is. And then I can come out of there, go back to my calendar PowerPoint file and drag and drop that in there as well. So we've added it that way. We've looked at the global inbox, which is in the sidebar here, and I had the wrong one, which explained why stuff wasn't going in. But that's installed with DEVONthink. We've printed to DEVONthink. There is DEVONthink to go, which I'm going to show you with the mobile, which leaves 1.5 things to show you in terms of how to get data in here. So we're going to need some data. Where's the data disappeared to? crying out loud. There we go. There's the data. So this is some stuff that I'm going to be putting in there. But I have set up here magic beans. So let's put that there. You can see I've got this folder on the desktop. It says add to DEVONthink. I'm sure we all do that. Tell me we do all do that, Mike. Stuff to be added to DEVONthink later. But I've not got the time and effort to do it right now. Okay, so I'm not working in DEVONthink. I'm doing something else. And here's the files that I want in DEVONthink. So we're going to add that. What haven't we put in? We haven't got the budget in, have we? But instead of dragging and dropping it to DEVONthink, I'm going to drag and drop it to that folder. It says one item. Then it says no items. Where did that go? Dead simple. It went straight into DEVONthink via that folder, which is a standard Mac OS folder with some added magic beans. Do you want to see how to make added magic beans? Of course you do. Right, what you would do is anywhere on your system you could set up this. In fact, I'm not going to do it on the desktop. Oh no, we're going to get more clever than that, because this is a genuine reason to use it. You might say, I don't need that because I've got the inbox. Why would I need to? Well, you wouldn't. But remember where this inbox is. Physically, it's in your folder, Library, Application Support, DEVONthink 3. And that is no use to man nor beast when you are mobile. But Dropboxes, So let's say we put a folder in there, and that was add to DEVONthink. Now, I've not tried this before, so let's all hope and pray that it actually works, because it is a folder inside Dropbox. So weird beans may be happening with it already, because it's got all of these things hooked up on it. But I'm saying I want it local, so that's a good start. Right, the magic added beans we need are under services. Now, this is hideous. I mean, it's horrible. Just look at it. It's not even in alphabetical order. I can never find a thing. But you're only going to have to go in and set this up once. And what you need to do is set up some folder actions. So folder actions set up and go in there. Right. I'm on Mojave, aren't I? Am I on Mojave? I am. Yeah. I'm on Mojave. I get confused. There's that many of them. Biggles is getting into my head. That's the problem. On Mojave, you're going to need, and above, you're going to need to run the service. So I will choose to run the service, and that opens up this. And what it's saying is, right, you've elected to add a script to this folder. And when I say add, I don't mean as in put it inside. I mean attach it in a magic kind of way. Think Harry Potter. Which script do you want? Now, I could choose to import it to DEVONthink. I could import and delete. Or I could import to a specific group. What do you want to do with it? So back when we talked about the strategy of paperless, this is where you need to be thinking about it. What exactly would give you the most bang for your buck when it came to processing this? Now, when you add items to a DEVONthink database, you are adding them. So it creates a duplicate of what is on your file system, unless you tell it not to. So automatically, it's creating a second copy. If you didn't want that left on your file system, and me, I'd be making a backup of it. But let's say I'm trusting, and I'm not. I want it to import and then delete. So I've got these scripts to think about from DEVONthink. There's a whole range of others, but it's the DEVONthink ones we're looking at. So what that script's going to do is import the file and then delete it from your file system. So I'm going to attach it to that folder. Now, it looks here and you're like, just a minute, there's two of them. There is, because this is the one on the desktop and this is the one in Dropbox. So it's fine. I've enabled the folder actions. So if you take the tick out, they won't run. If you take, yeah, that's okay. If you take the tick individually out, then they won't run. And you can add extra ones. You can even choose to make sure it's the right folder. Show me the folder. And there it is in Dropbox. So we're good to go. Now, I've done that deliberately because this could be out on the road, couldn't it? This add to DEVONthink. What if it was? what if I had, where's my phone? What if I wanted to send something like a lovely picture of Lola? Oh, there she is. Look at her little face. She was asleep. All right, I've got a picture that I am using the send to option to send it. Why isn't Dropbox part of my options? Crying out loud. I'm trying to send it to... So I'm pretending I'm out on the road. Oh, crying out loud, I have got a lot of options in here. Oh, hang on. Save to Dropbox. Right, where would you like it? Well, I wouldn't like it in the root, so I'm going to save it to the Add to DEVONthink folder. Would that you could see me doing this. But trust me, that's where it's going. You should possibly see that appearing on the desktop. So I'm going to send it. And it's uploading. And hopefully it says it's saved. It should appear, boom, and then disappear. Where's it gone? It's gone into DEVONthink and it's deleted it. So what we have over here in DEVONthink is said picture of the doggy asleep. Look at her little face. Just look at that, right next to the freezer bag. Again. So the reason that you might want to create a folder and then attach an action to it is so all of that happens when you're out shopping, or at a restaurant, when we used to leave the house, that. When you come back, it's already added to DEVONthink. So it kind of... internet supercharges your DEVONthink when DEVONthink to go, not all it could be. But if you use a third-party service carefully, then you can make magic with it. So I did it on the desktop as a test. It worked fine. But the best example is to have it in a cloud service, and then you could have anybody sending stuff there. Because if we go back into the Dropbox folder in here, I have file requests. And in my file requests, I have an Our Parishes one. Now, in this case, it's all, this is our deacon, and these are all the masses that I've had sent to me over the years. It feels like years. I could actually have, these are masses, it makes no sense, but I could actually have those sent automatically into DEVONthink. So we actually tried setting up something for Mike's mother. Didn't end well, did it? OneDrive didn't work. But anything that Mike's mum sent into that folder, I could have automatically processed into DEVONthink. I could have it tagged with her name and put in a certain place, automatically. And I don't have to touch it, she just has to upload it to a pre-arranged place. So hooking together multiple services makes magic. Now, the other way that you can do it, and I hate this way, this is just hideous. You have in certain applications, so let's get, where did the Finder window go? Did I lose that? Did I shut it down? Oh, it wasn't clever, was it? Right, let's get a new Finder window, and into here, into there, into there, and into there. So, got my monthly budget, and my cookery book, the MacBites cookery book. Right, this is a Word file. So Pages file. So if I open that up, the options you get here depend on the application. It's a pain in the proverbial, but it's something you might want to consider. Me, never touch the flaming thing. Services. Yeah, there isn't one. But you can go into your services preferences and waft some magic over it, and then things happen. I must admit, I never fiddle with it. I don't. There is a tick, I'm pretty sure. Add to DEVONthink 3, DEVONthink Pro Office, it's there. But it's not actually showing. So I'm not sure what on earth I would need to do with that, because I've not looked into it in any way, shape or form. If I wanted that in there, and I wanted it in there as a PDF, I would print it in there. I would Command P. Command P. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't Command P. No. It would work. It would. I would Command P and then Control and D. And that sticks it straight into DEVONthink. The speed of it is amazing. I'm going to send another one in just to show you. So we'll shrink this up. There's DEVONthink at the bottom. Right, so Command and P, Control and D. Boom, it's in. Now, notice. something has happened. We have the MacBites cookery book and the MacBites cookery book, and there's two of them, and they're blue. That is indicating that there's a duplicate, an identical copy of it. If you remember way back at the beginning, when we were in general and appearances and stuff, it was in here. Mark duplicates and replicants in colour. If I take the tick out of that, they are now no longer blue, but they do have a little symbol there, and that indicates they are a duplicate of each other. So it depends what view you want of that, but you can actually import things twice if you wanted to. Now, other thing to think about. What we've done so far is import items. All of these live in the database. In fact, at the moment, they are just in the inbox. But if I wanted them in the demo file, I would just grab them all. And when I say file, that's naughty. I mean database. Grab them all, drag them down to demo and drop them in. Now the inbox is empty, the global inbox, be in there. There we go. So at the top, there's all the files that I've got. It's showing me that one was green and these are duplicates of each other. I've got my smart folders in there, and I have the manual group that I created that had my course materials in it. And at the moment, they're sorted alphabetically, A to Z, by name. My folder or group appears in the sidebar, so I can navigate to it. I can, I should be able to, no, hang on. I can open that up in a new window. So I now have what looks like another instance of DEVONthink, which starts to get very busy, doesn't it? Look at all this lot. Smart rules, smart groups. We had these hidden. We're going to talk about that when we classify stuff. But basically what we have in here now, you can see there were 3 images, which is right. There was 2 screen captures, and there was the one of Lola snoring. There are 7 PDFs, and 2 of them are duplicates. So I said these were like administrative views. That's the kind of administrative views you have. But so far what we've done is we've actually imported them. So if we were to look at this cookery book, there are 2 copies in there. Let's close this window and look at them in there. We'll be here forever. Right, there's the cookery books. There are 2 of them in there. And there is a 3rd copy in my system. That's dangerous. If I start annotating one, or I want to make edits to it, which one have I edited? So the first thing to think about in here is you've got 2 copies. Work out which one you're keeping and keep one of them. Don't duplicate them, because they are actual duplicates of each other. And if I did something in here, then now that's actually a PDF, isn't it? So let me actually do something in there. So if I double clicked it and I thought, right, don't need the intro in that one. So I'm going to right click and delete the selected page. So I've deleted a page from that file. Now they're not duplicates. Now it knows there is a difference between those 2 files, which is clever before we go any further, isn't it? But the other thing to think about is, let's say in our demo database, we have course materials. This is all very messy, as far as I'm concerned. This is all very messy. All of these files aren't categorized, all of these. They are files, but they're just sitting in root, and it's difficult to... Oh, I'm overwhelmed. So one thing I could do is move them into the demo inbox, which instantly tidies up my demo database, and now the stuff I haven't categorized is in the inbox of my demo database. Now, I may then want to say, right, we'll create a MacBites group. That's what we'll do. So I can go to new and I can say group and type in a name. Remember, groups, folders. And I want a copy of that. In fact, I want both copies of that. I've got the short one and the long one, and they're in MacBites. And that's all neatly organised, so I'm going to move that down there now. Right, I'm sorting this out. Oh, and I need one for things from Lola, so I'll create a Lola group. And I'm starting to organise stuff now. And then once I've organised it, I'm going to put it in here. Now, going down to here, we've got our smart groups, which are these, and we've got the groups we've created. But I'm going to create another one. And this one is going to be recipes. And we know in here we have these two cookbooks. What do I do? Do I duplicate them? I can do that. Then I've got two in there and I've got copies of the two in there. I could actually do that because you go down here and you can say duplicate two and choose recipes. And now I have copies. Look what's happened. Lots of things have happened. Symbols, meaning somewhere in this database there is a duplicate of that and there is a duplicate of that. Well, there is. We've just done it. We've put them in recipes. But if I start to make changes in the MacBites ones, the recipes one's not going to update. So I very seldom find myself using duplicates. So let's delete them. And let's go back up here. I would like these to appear in two locations, but don't duplicate them. Sounds tricky. But if you right click and say replicate to recipes, now what I've got is a whole different symbol. And now this one, you've got a little symbol over here, which is kind of dotted. It's a dotted symbol. Any changes I make to the first cookery book should be replicated to the recipes one. Shall we try that? There you go. So as I'm renaming one, so I know we've got two copies, they are keeping in sync. And if I were to open that one and delete the last page, so we'll do a delete. Where's delete page? Right. So we've got 5 pages in there and it finishes on that one. As I save the file, that's the MacBites one. I go down to this one, open it up. We've got 5 pages and that's the last page. So they are now, it's like working with an alias. Although you can work with either copy, doesn't matter whether you work with the one in recipes or MacBites, it's the same file. It's a replicant of it. And I personally think it probably is easier in here to mark the duplicates and replicants in colour. If it's a replicant, it's maroon. And if it's a duplicate, it's blue. So what we could do as well, shouldn't be a problem doing that, is let's duplicate them to recipes as well. Let's blow its mind. There you go. These two are copies. So there is another one somewhere else. Basically, that is what it's telling you. And I think I had one more thing. Yes, I know. The very last thing to think about at this stage, anyway, is when you're bringing materials in here. So you've got your import. What do you want to import? You can bring in all kinds of stuff. So you can import from Evernote, references from bookends, loads and loads of stuff that you can do. But when you're bringing stuff in, files and folders. So I'm going to say files and folders. And this is where am I now? I'm on my iCloud and I need to be in here. Why isn't this organised properly? There we go. I want to bring in some of these things. So I know monthly budget, and let's bring in that video as well. So I'm going to bring in 3 things. Down here, we have options. You can, again, choose to move them, the originals, to the trash if you want to. So it's just another way, yet another way of bringing them in. Now I'm going to leave them where they are and just open. And it will bring those in. Now notice this time, because I was actually in the demo database, it's added the stuff directly to the demo database. It didn't put it in the global one. That just depends on how you've got it set up. But I was on that one and that's where it's actually put the stuff. And probably I'd add it to the demo inbox because this is where I'm triaging stuff on the way in. So, have we seen enough ways to add things? One thing to think about is just the files that it can bring in as well. So you've seen PDFs, You've seen text, rich text, Markdown, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Pages, Numbers, Keynote, audio, video, all sorts. The ones like Markdown and text, rich text and RTF, you have seen me create in DEVONthink. But when we go to... Is it on new or is it down here? Is it one of these? No, not seeing it. Oh, that's not good. Right, come on. I don't want to format the table. I don't want to inspect the table. Where's it disappeared to? Should be... I don't want to import or export or share, to be honest. No, I'll tell you what, I'll leave that till next week. We'll start with that one. It seems to have moved itself. It doesn't look like it was when it was in the other version. But I can't see the chat. So have we got any questions in the chat? Let me see if I can see the chat. Whoa, that's tiny.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, is everyone nodded off now?
No, Simon's gone.
Oh, there's been lots of chat on here. I'm looking at the wrong bit. Good night, Simon. Good night. Kim's enjoyed it. That's fantastic. Show me the hack. I think the hack was the Dropbox one, wasn't it? Wouldn't matter if it was Dropbox or whatever cloud service it was. It would enable you to do it mobile, which is fabulous. So if you wanted some stuff while you're out, or just when you're working, I've done it where I'm like at Goresworth and I'm sitting there for 4 hours and I'm on my phone and I'm thinking I'll do a tutorial about X, and I take some screenshots, save them, come back, already categorised, and away I go. Love that. Glad you have enjoyed it. So let's get back in here. I did show you this tonight, but it was how to actually set it up. This was what I showed you a couple of weeks ago, where you need to set that up if you want a shortcut key. But we've also talked tonight about saving a PDF to DEVONthink on a system that doesn't have DEVONthink, and that doesn't work. It gets installed when you install DEVONthink, and the bit that I actually showed you was that bit where you're adding a shortcut key to it, and that provides the ability to create a PDF directly in DEVONthink from any source. And that was what I demonstrated 2 weeks ago. So if you want to whip back and check that, it could even be the system. Doesn't really matter. But that was like the last way of doing it anyway. Right, what have I got now? I have no idea where that is. What's that doing there? Okay, I think it's that one. This! We are back! Same time, same place next week. And what have we got coming up? Well, obviously we're in the middle of this and we've just done that, which was configure everything and start capturing stuff. We've captured that much stuff, it's amazing. I'm actually thinking it would probably, I'm just going to talk myself into a bit of a pickle here, Mike, but you heard it here first. It would probably be a good idea to actually do that for real, wouldn't it, with some content I'm thinking of creating. And then we can follow along with it for real, rather than sending myself pictures of the dog, however cute she is. So next week, we're going to start organising it and creating structure with it. So we've kind of had a little look at that, which is creating folders and understanding replicants and duplicates, but there's more to it. So next week, we'll be creating a blissful organisation, we hope. Then, after that, why aren't we moving? Then we'll be looking at, once you've got it in, how to effectively retrieve it. Now, really, we should be thinking about this now. Because if we just blindly build what we think is a fabulous system, we might find at the point we come to retrieve information, it wasn't as hot as we thought. So try and look ahead and look back, and it's a circle, really. You'll need to then go back and maybe tweak something. We've got to think about tags and classifications and stuff. So that's what we'll be looking at then. Then we've got the maintenance and system management. So how to effectively back it up, what the database structure looks like and how we can interact with it. And then we'll be looking at going mobile, but don't get your hopes up with DEVONthink to go. It works. It's a bit finicky to set up, to say the least. I've got mine synchronising through iCloud. Don't laugh. It seemed like a good idea at the time. That was because at the time I didn't have enough Dropbox space to be doing it. But now I do. I might seriously reconsider that. But as I say, next week, DEVONthink 3, Part 2, Organising and Creating Structure. There you go. I think we've surpassed ourselves again, haven't we, Mike? We say it every week, not going to do that. Right, there is a playlist that you can access to view all of the previous shows. Go to my YouTube/Elaine Giles, basically, and you'll find the playlist there. It is a public playlist, and it has everything on it. We've even put a shortcut there to it. So you just need to remember After Hours playlist and get straight there. We are still marooned at MacBites headquarters, which is still going and still available. In fact, Monday is a very important day. We are due to pass the number of MacBites that we have had, and it's available to subscribe to. We love you guys, and if you love us, can you give us a like? It really makes a difference. And the last thing to think about is, if you are not already on the mailing list to get information, both in terms of what's coming up and what's available on demand, then you need to subscribe at elainegiles.com/VIP, and for all the MacBites stuff at macbites.co.uk/macbites-mail. And of course, you can catch up with us on Slack during the week, where we have an absolute ball. So far so good. There's just one more thing that I need to do, isn't there, Mike? Just one. So let me come out of there. Oh, it's not. Yes, you are.
Go and get something to eat.
No, Mike. Well, before I go and get something to eat, I need to do that. That's what I need. That was the state of play. But somebody has nodded off. Do not wake him up. Right, there we go. We're back to an even keel. And if we hung about for just another 16 minutes, it'd be 5 hours, but we mustn't do that. We must not do that. Because I am actually a bit hungry, now you come to mention it. I could definitely do that, and I could have some tea as well. What's going on here with questions? Is that a question for me? I don't think it is it? Paul's using Dropbox to sync. Is it better than iCloud? Is it easier than iCloud? iCloud is a nightmare. A masterclass every week. Thank you, Kim. That's lovely. I might have to put that quote on my website. A free account would do to synchronise. You just have to think about the amount of data that you're synchronising. But there is no distinction between a Dropbox paid account and a free account other than the amount of storage, is there? It was Evernote that fiddled with the number of devices. So no, you should be good to go with a free account. It just depends on the amount of storage that you need. Unfortunately, Dropbox accounts are not cheap because they do not have an option for something sensible like 50 gig of storage, which if they did, I would have gone for. Having said that, I've ended up with 3 terabytes of storage that I barely use because I actually want it for the video markup side of things, which is typical, isn't it? But no, it doesn't matter whether it's paid for or free. It would do if it was something piddly like Evernote. Talking of which, I'll show you the Evernote thing at some point, but not today. No, because you will all need a lie down after that. I pretty much need a lie down. Do you know what I do need, Mike? The fan turning on is what I do need. So when we finished, the fan's going on. Oh, it's too warm. It's far, far too warm. Anyway, now if I move that off the screen, it's set in stone, isn't it? Excellent. Because we're not having any of Jonathan's shenanigans where he wakes up. No, it's all sorted. So, good morning, Jonathan. Hope you enjoy the DEVONthink thing. Right, all you guys have got to do before next week is work out what questions you have got about DEVONthink. And if you've got any other suggestions, let me know. Have we got 3 slots next week? I've got a Notion update for Kim projects. And I've got a DEVONthink. I think I've got one. I think I might have one. So if there is something burning that you need covered, then let me know. We will, of course, be marooned again tomorrow. And it's 2 shows Saturday. Do stay with us for the mute. Well, not actually stay with us. Although last week I forgot to turn the music off, didn't I, on MacBites for an hour. I mustn't do that again, Mike. Make sure I've turned it off. No, do join us on the award-winning Award-winning, thank you. Brooklyn's 196. Tomorrow is a 5-hour music show, and the theme is food and drink. But we'll take any requests, whether they're food and drink or not. But we've got some absolute classics in relation to food and drink. People have been brilliant as ever. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Right, what's going here? Definitely need this to read it. I will be covering it in week 5, Debbie, but if you need it earlier. Not dogs. What's not dogs? If you need it earlier, let me know. So, is it ice cream, Mike? Or have we run out?
No, we haven't.
Because it's what tomorrow?
It'll take half an hour to defrost.
Oh, once more. Not in this room, it won't. Bring it in 2 minutes later, it'll be liquid.
True.
It's boiling hot in here. It's 12 minutes to 2 in the morning and it's still boiling hot. I'm not a happy bunny. But I'm sure I'll be all right by tomorrow. But for the moment, we're going to head off. Oh, Deborah can't do marooned. 4 a.m. is a step too far. Need to move that, don't we?
I did 6 a.m.
You did. Does it get better in October?
No, it gets worse.
Oh, that's even worse.
As I told them.
That's not good.
No. I said you can have this training now. Because in October, you put your clocks forward, or you put them back and it goes to 11 hours. And that would mean me getting up at 4 o'clock.
Paul's back. He's had breakfast and a walk. We will see you on Marooned. Right, so that's it then. Tonight it is good night from me.
Yes, for you Aussies, I've been in Sydney all week.
Virtually,
yeah.
Virtually.
I didn't fly there.
I wouldn't put it past him just for a day. Not even joking.
Yeah, it's good night from me as well, yeah.
Oh, right, shall we try that again? Once more, dear.
It's good night from me as well.
And we'll both see you next time. Night, guys.